Hello, y'all. We'll wait a few more minutes. People are still coming in, so give it a couple of minutes and we'll begin. All right, I think that's about it for the people that are coming in, so we'll begin. I call this meeting to order at 7:35 p.m. Will Senator Hitchcock start us off with the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join us for a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. And now I will start by reading our land acknowledgement. If I can get it. All right. The student government of Florida State University acknowledges that it is located on land that is the ancestral and traditional territory of the Appalachian Nation, the Miccosukee Tribe of Florida, the Muskogee Creek Nation, and the Seminole Tribe of Florida. We pay respect to their elders past and present and extend that respect to their descendants and to all indigenous people. We recognize this land remains scarred by the histories and ongoing legacies of settler colonial violence, dispossession, and removal. In spite of all this, and with tremendous resilience, these indigenous nations have remained deeply connected to this territory, to their families, to their communities, and to their cultural ways of life. We recognize the ongoing relationships of care that these indigenous nations maintain with this land and extend our gratitude as we live and work as humble and respectful guests upon their territory. We encourage all to learn about and educate others on the contemporary work of the indigenous nations whose land we are on, and to endeavor to support indigenous sovereignty in all the ways that we can. Next on the calendar, we have roll call. Will the pro tempore please administer the roll?
All right, Senators Murcia, Flashman, and Tackett. Senators Roy, Villacorta, and Marcus. Senators Bateman, Hunter, and Little. Senators Bergen, Rudolph, and Destine. Senators Grunberger, Rossi, and Mouget. Senators Shaler, Prescia, and Randall. Senators Stoltz, Arrett, and England. Senators Nasworthy, Molina, and Hall. Senators Lassard, Duperrier, and Shanahan. Senators Rodriguez, Linsky, and Rigadel. Senators Fineout, Soto, and Lewis. Senators Ramos, Sam, and A. Gonzalez. Senators Martin, Gabadaj, and Reed. Senators Moore, Suarez, and Nemeth. Senators Russell, J. Hitchcock, and Millian. Senators Murray, West, and Rivera. Senators Thorpe, K. Hitchcock, and Kubas. Senators Darrell Deek, Tooks, and Ross. Senators Bull, Kalink, and Louise. Senators Stinson and R. Gonzalez. All right, is there anyone's name I did not call? President Harmon, we do have quorum.
All right, thank you, Pro Tempore Wang. Quorum is verified. Corrections and approval of the journal. Is there a motion to approve the journal from February 24th, 2021? Senator Marcus.
I move to approve that journal.
Is there a second? Senator Lassard.
So seconded.
Any objections? Seeing none. Student and non-budget RSO comments. We had a few sent in through the Qualtrics, so we'll start with those, and then I'll call on anybody else that's wishing to speak today. So we'll start with Emily Poisson. Is Emily Poisson here? There we go. And I apologize if I've pronounced that incorrectly.
You're all good. It's all good. Poisson. Good evening, Senate. My name is Emily Poisson, and I am the president of Hillel at FSU. I am speaking to you tonight to give Hillel and my support for the passing of the bill that would allow the Jewish Student Union to become an agency. I've seen the hard work and dedication my Jewish colleagues have put in to reestablish the JSU and think they deserve to reach agency status. The reestablishment of the JSU will benefit students and indeed the entire FSU community and help rectify some of the turmoil that we have felt this past year. Please vote yes on the JSU bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brandon Gabay. There we go.
Good evening, Senate. My name is Brandon Gabay, and I am the president of the Jewish Student Union. Tonight, you will be hearing a bill that will dissolve JSU as an RSO and turn it into an agency come the spring inauguration. I come in full support of this bill. Tonight, several Jewish leaders will be speaking to support the establishment of the Jewish Student Union as an SGA agency. Please give Jewish students a permanent seat at the table. Before I end, I want to leave you with this. Many of you are approaching the end of your term. You have the power and opportunity to create permanent change on campus for all Jewish students. You have the capacity to make campus safer for all Jewish students. Let that be the legacy you leave behind at FSU. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, because we have the budget bill, the sweepings bill, and the agency bill today, I move to limit public speaking to 1 minute each.
Is there a second? Senator Lassard.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Randall.
I object.
Senator Gonzalez, do you withdraw your motion? Senator Gonzalez.
I don't.
All right, we will now vote on the objection, whether or not to sustain the objection. Yes is to object to this motion and it does not go through. No is to not object to it. And yeah, you got it right. All right, I'm gonna write it down actually. Yes to the objection means you want to limit comment to 1 minute. And then no means no to objection. Oh, I'm sorry. Do I have that backwards?
Round, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
I have that backwards.
Yep.
All right. No, yeah. Yes on objection means you don't want to limit comment. And then no means you do want to limit comment. Will the pro tempore please administer the vote?
Those wishing to vote yes on the objection, please raise your hands. All right, keep those hands up. Those wishing to vote no on the objection, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain on the objection, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? Please message me. President Harmon, does this require a 2/3 vote?
I am not entirely sure. Let me double check.
Vote reads 27 yes, 10 no, 1 abstention. It passes either way.
All right, so the objection is sustained. We will now continue into open comment. Senator Darl-Deek.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to move and then make it 2 minutes. In regards to the speaking time, I moved to limit the public comment to 2 minutes just because I know we have so much to go through tonight, and I don't think that anybody wants to sit here till 2 a.m. So with that, I moved to limit speaker time to 2 minutes. Hopefully that's acceptable.
All right, is there a second? Senator Lassard?
So seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, speaker time is limited to, all comments are limited to 2 minutes. All right, let me just get the timer out. All right, we'll continue on with the list that I have, starting with Brooke Cohen. There we go.
Hello, my name is Brooke Cohen, and I'm the VP of Programming for the Jewish Student Union. I have come tonight to ask for your support on passing the bill that gives the JSU agency status at the spring inauguration. I believe in the Jewish Student Union because of our mission to provide a home for all Jewish students and allies on campus, regardless of their other identities. The past few months have been stressful and alarming for the FSU Jewish community. We at the Jewish Student Union want to ensure that our voices are heard and that we get a say in how we are treated and advocated for. Please give us this opportunity to be active participants in what happens for Jewish students now and in the future on campus. Please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Cindy. I am so sorry. You're going to have to pronounce that for me, please.
Thank you. Yeah, Shamides. Yeah, I know it's hard.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it's nice to see you all tonight. Thanks for having me. Hello, my name is Cindy, and I'm a Jewish student at FSU, and I also serve on the FSU Jewish Student Task Force. With the known events transpiring over the summer, it became more apparent to me, along with other students, that an increase in Jewish identity education and a safe space for us to express our identity was increasingly important. This bill will do just that by making the Jewish Student Union an agency. I hope that you all vote yes on turning the Jewish Student Union into an agency. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Stephen Friedman. Oh, all right. You're speaking on his behalf. Or he's here.
Never mind, Steven's here now. Sorry.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm here. Thank you so much. Good evening, Senators. My name is Stephen Friedman. I'm the VP of Finance for JSU. As of recent, the world has seen an increase in anti-Semitism, including just a few days ago when BBC hosted a panel about whether Judaism should be considered an ethnicity without having any Jews on such a panel. Instances like this demonstrate the hate and disapproval of and towards Jewish people is something far larger and deeper than religion. Tonight, you all will hear a bill that formally reintroduces the Jewish Student Union as an agency and dissolves it as an RSO. I ask that you give us the opportunity to speak up for ourselves and see that being Jewish is an identity that exists beyond religion because it involves a culture, a peoplehood, and so much more. You have the ability to make Jewish students feel safer and included on this campus by giving them the space to be represented on the basis of that identity. I encourage you all to keep this in mind when casting your votes this evening. Thank you.
Next, we have Emily Bowden, which I know Brandon will be speaking on behalf of.
Thank you. Good evening, Senators. This is Emily Bowden, and I am asking for your support in passing the bill that will give the Jewish Student Union agency status at the spring inauguration. I was fortunate to grow up in a place where my Jewish identity was accepted and I did not face much anti-Semitism. When I faced anti-Semitism here at FSU, I did not feel safe coming to campus. I was afraid to be here and I was afraid to share my Jewish identity. The JSU has provided a space where Jewish students can feel safe in presenting their identity. In their first year back since reinstatement, the JSU has put on numerous successful events. The JSU is a very active organization that has become a place of trust and safety for FSU's Jewish students. Being Jewish is more than belonging to a religion. It is belonging to a diverse culture and a part of one's identity. You are the ones that have the ability to impact FSU students' lives. Please keep in mind the ability you have to make over 4,000 Jewish students feel safe, represented, and included here on campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jason Mayman. Is Jason Mayman here? Jason? All right, there we go.
Hi, could you just refresh me on whether or not we are limited to a minute?
You're limited to 2 minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, hi everyone. My name is Jason. I am here as a student speaking in support of Resolution 9, which is, in my opinion, I'm sure in the opinion of many students, a very simple resolution denouncing burning spear. So 2 things. One, I think all senators already know that a resolution is non-binding. It's not a change in statutes. It's not some major bill that alters the way student body functions or the way that Senate functions. It's just a statement from Senate on behalf of the student body about a particular issue. In this case, it just happens to be a not so secret organization that by their own admission claims to influence a lot of what goes on in SGA. So the second thing that I want to say is the way all of you senators vote today is going to say something about your character, whether you vote yes, no, or even if you decide to abstain. So if you want to prove to the student body that the reason you are here is to advocate for their voices and to put their voices above any possible career connections you might want to get in the future, then you should vote yes. If you don't care about that, if you're really just here for the title, if you're here because you want to use connections in student government to help your career in the future and you put that above what's right, then by all means, vote no and abstain, but at least let the student body know that that's why you're here. So I think you have an opportunity here to be on the right side of history, especially after everything that happened last semester with the whole Denton situation, which is the last time I had to speak in public comment about anything. You have an opportunity here to show the student body that they didn't waste their votes putting you in this position. It's a very simple resolution. Voting no against it is going to show a lot about who you are and what you value. And if you care about that, then do what's right. Thank you.
All right, that is all for the open comments that we have gotten through the Qualtrics. Are there any student and non-budgeted RSOs that would like to make a comment? Shayna Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Senators. For those of you who may not know me, my name is Shayna Cohen. I'm a current graduate student and former chair of the Finance Committee within the Student Senate. Since June, I've been helping to oversee the Jewish Student Union and guide our activism within SGA spaces. For the past 8 months, we've been working almost every day to bring us closer to agency status within our student government. Valid questions on budgeting, organization, logistics, engagement, and needs have all been addressed and answered. We believe that a centralized educational, community-focused advocacy center run for Jewish students and allies by Jewish students and allies is the best way to unite our community and create positive change. After many conversations with senators, executive branch leaders, Jewish leaders from across campus, and university administration, we've decided that now is the right time to bring our legislation to the table to a vote by our student senators. We hope that once this bill passes, it will set a standard of activism and performance for future groups that might come to the Senate or student government for increased representation. I want to serve as an ally in that process, so if you know any groups that might benefit from some of our experiences, please let us know. The language of this bill was carefully and responsibly written, tailored to fit within the established agency format, be capable of adapting to community changes for years to come, and address the specific needs of the Jewish identity. The feasibility was analyzed by 4 of the 6 committees of the Student Senate over the last few weeks before coming to the floor. This bill does not come easily or lightly. If it hopefully passes, it will become not ignored or underutilized in statutes. With this, Jewish students at FSU will have a place to exist, advocate, and find community on the basis of their shared identity for years to come. They will have difficult conversations, connect with and show allyship to other groups, find friends and community they have never experienced before, and face challenges that myself and any other leader would never see coming. I want this for my community and for the Jewish students that I have never and will never meet that will come to Florida State after me. I know that in my heart that even though being in student government is not easy and they will face challenges, that providing them the space to learn, grow, and advocate is the best thing for them. Through the Jewish Student Union, we will all build community, understanding, and empathy that will benefit all of Florida State for years to come and set a standard of what we are capable of when we work together. Thank you for your time, and I wish you a productive and healthy Senate.
Thank you, Shayna. Are there any other students and non-budgeted RSOs that would like to make a comment? Seeing none, special introductions and announcements, none. Messages from the executive branch. I have a message on behalf of the executive branch. One second. This is from President Levin. Good evening, Senate, and thank you for allowing for this statement to be read this evening. On behalf of the executive branch, Nastasia, Christian, and I would like to give our full support for institutionalizing the Jewish Student Union as a SGA agency. With the rise of anti-Semitism throughout the world, it is imperative to ensure that Jewish students on our campus have representation and an area to express, learn, and cultivate their identity. The organization is exceptional and have already been acting much like an agency. They have hosted events with over 90 attendees, built relationships with other identity groups, established a firm and positive reputation with FSU administration, ensured continuous leadership for years to come, and much more. Over 10 years, the JSU was written out of our statutes because of a lack of programming and leadership and the underlying message that there wasn't a need, in quotes. While I can assure you the need is clear and present, I have reserved $2,000 from executive branch funds to be transferred to the organization if they shall be approved as an agency. The bill has been approved by 4 committees. I encourage you to trust in your fellow senators and in the positive work of the Jewish Student Union. Thank you. Signed, President Levin. Are there any other members of the executive branch here to speak? Seeing none, we'll move on to the messages from agency and bureau directors, SGA organization officers, and employees. Is there anybody wishing to speak? All right, seeing none, messages from the executive cabinet. Are there any cabinet secretaries wishing to speak? Or members of the cabinet? None. Messages from the class councils? None. Messages from the Congress of Graduate Students? None. Messages from the judicial branch? None. Messages from the union board and student engagement ambassadors? Chair Randall.
Yes, this is just a reminder to everybody, as I posted in the Senate chat, student engagement ambassadors collaborated with the Department of Student Organizations and Involvement. We'll be hosting advisor and RSO support sessions every other week. They did it this week, elections and officer transition. On March 17th, there will be no central session at 4 p.m. March 31st will be a growth and retention session, also at 4 p.m. And April 14th will be an RSO registration session at 4 p.m. The link is in the Senate chat, and I encourage you all to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Randall. Are there any other messages from the union board or student engagement ambassadors? None. Messages from the campus recreation board? None. Report of the SGA accounting office, remaining balances. Senate project has a remaining balance of $23,837.20. PAC has a remaining balance of $41,948. RTAC has a remaining balance of $52,540, and the organizational fund has a remaining balance of $1,000. Report of Senate liaisons, report of the committees, report of the Senate liaisons. Why did I just skip that? Oops. Are there any liaisons wishing to make a report? Senator Soto. There we go.
Hi, so I'm a liaison for Relay for Life. We are doing a week-long Relay for Life, which is very exciting, full of many different events. We've been posting on our Relay for Life page, on Instagram, and I think we have a Facebook one, I'm not sure. But yes, just keep looking out for share it nights and stuff like that until the night of the event. Every event, I'll be posting it on my stories on Instagram for those of y'all that follow me. So yes, just be excited for Relay because purple's my favorite color. So yeah.
Thank you, Senator Soto. Senator Nemeth.
Hi, everyone. I hope you all are having a great evening so far. I'm the liaison to the Center for Global Engagement, and I just wanted to remind you all that International Coffee Hour is still happening every Friday from 5 to 6:30 p.m., and Meditation Mondays are still happening every Monday from 12 to 12:30 p.m. They're both on Zoom, such amazing events, so please come out. And also, big announcement, 2 faculty members in CGE launched a podcast called Diversity Talks that's centered around diversity, inclusion, and intercultural competency at FSU. And each episode talks about a learning goal. a list of discussion questions, and includes resources for incorporation into lesson plans and workshops. 2 episodes are out now on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube. The first is titled Carrying the Water, Creating Better Communities, and it examines the process of promoting diversity and inclusion at public and private institutions and what the public can do to ensure equity and social justice. And the second episode is titled The Tyranny of Gender, Lives Behind He and She, featuring Dr. Petra Doan, professor of urban and regional planning at FSU, and she talks about finding herself as a trans woman and how her experiences have impacted her views on diversity, inclusion, and equity. So I'm so excited about this podcast, and I hope you all are as well. If you need any more information or didn't catch something I said, just message me on GroupMe. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nemeth. Senator Marcus?
Hey everyone, it was great seeing some of you at AASU's Lunar Drive-In Banquet, but it is now officially AASU Heritage Month and there are a lot of events going on. So they had their opening event this past Monday and they are having a movie night at the BSU house tomorrow at 6 tomorrow. SASA is having a movie night on Friday. That one is a virtual event. FSA is having a tag-along workshop next Monday at 7. The Society of Asian Scientists and Engineer is having their big little reveal on Sunday. And then AKD-Phi has an ongoing tie-dye mask fundraiser, so go ahead and show out and support them. And then next Thursday at 6:30 p.m., the Chinese American Student Organization is hosting an event with UCF's organization on the drastic rise in anti-Asian hate crimes and the concurrent anti-Blackness that has risen up with it. And this that particular event is relevant to some legislation on the floor tonight. So I hope some of you will go to that.
Thank you, Senator Marcus. Senator Darley?
Hello, everybody. I'm here as the liaison for the Muslim Student Association. They had some great programming throughout the month of February. You know, they celebrated the World Hijab Day, which was on February 1st. They actually had a recent GBM about halal food in America, as well as a study session recently. It was last week, especially during all the midterms. I know I had 3 or 4 of them. I don't know about everybody else, but it was a good opportunity to just be able to study. And yeah, the Muslim Student Association is doing all they can to represent themselves and ensure their community has a safe space to be Muslim. So thank you.
Senator Suarez?
Good evening, Senate. I'm the Senate IFC liaison, and I just wanted to put an announcement that applications for the VP of Public Relations is now open. The deadline is March 10th, and if that interests you, please make sure to apply.
Thank you, Senator Suarez. Are there any other senators liaisons wishing to make a report? All right, seeing none. Report of the committees, Internal Affairs.
Hey, Senate. So we met 6:30 p.m. on Monday. We had 2 candidates. We had Noel Dubois for OGA Social Media Director and Dalen Randolph for FLI Director. They both passed. They both had the full confidence of the committee. And we also had the privilege of hearing Bill 13 for JSU, which we passed as well. So that is all for this week.
Thank you, Chair England. Slaw.
Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. So SLAW met on Tuesday at 8 p.m. We tabled resolutions 17 and 18 again because the sponsor was not there. So we kind of just had a little informal meeting, doing highs and lows, checking up with everybody. So yeah, it was good times. And we're meeting again next Tuesday at 8 p.m.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Next, we have Finance. Chair Rudolph.
Yep, there we go. All right. So Finance met Tuesday at 5:30. We heard and passed RTAC resolution number 9. PAC didn't have a resolution this week, but we did hear and forward PAC candidate Omer Turkomer. He has the full faith of us. We thought he was great, and we are excited to hear him tonight as well. So thank you all.
Thank you, Chair Rudolph. Judiciary.
Hello, everyone. Judiciary met on Monday night at 8 p.m. Our only business was passing Bill 13, and we also went into a committee legislative roundtable.
Thank you, Chair Little. Budget. Oh, clicked the wrong one. There we go.
Good evening, Senate. Budget did not meet this week. We did not have any business, but we do have budget bill today, so that'll be exciting.
Thank you, Chair Stinson. Rules and calendar.
Hi, Senate. Rules and calendar met at 5 p.m. just before Senate today. It was so great seeing so many of you guys there and engaging in our roundtable discussion. That was really fun. We tabled Resolution 4 and we also passed Resolution 9, which you guys will be hearing on the floor tonight.
Thank you, Pro Tempore Wang. Racial Inclusivity and Justice Ad Hoc. Chair Hunter.
Hi, Senate. Racial inclusivity and justice did not meet this week, or last week, but we met the week before, and we had some really important discussions with a lot of admin at FSU. Because of that, we're having a meeting this Friday at 6. If you look on the website, it does say 8, but it's at 6, and it should be getting fixed. So we'd like anyone to join us who has any interest in coming to our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hunter. Next, we have SA Squared. I'll go by that from now on.
Amazing, thanks. So SA Squared is meeting this coming Sunday at 7:30. We're going to talk about some things that we've seen both on and off social media in regards to our our ad hoc, as well as we're meeting separately with some admin from Florida State in regards to adding more components to orientation in regards to sexual violence and stuff like that, because I think it's very important and we all think it's very important. So yeah, that's pretty much all that we're doing.
Thank you, Chair Soto. Chair Stinson. Oh, that was bad. Okay. All right. Senate confirmations. We have Noel Dubois for the OGA, a candidate for OGA. Dylan Randolph for FLI director, and then Omar Turkamar for PAC. All the candidates that I just stated. Will you please raise your hand so we can begin the interview process or the confirmation process? Oh, I mean, raise your hand, there we go. Yeah. I'll unmute you and then I'll call you in a specific order, starting with Noel, but I'm just going to wait until we have the other candidates here. Do we have, all right, we have him, and then last, we need Dylan Randolph. Or Dalen Randolph. Sorry. Oh, he's clapping. Okay, yeah, all right, I got you. I see your name, so that's okay. I'll unmute all three of you, and then I'll explain the process, and then we'll begin. All right, there we go. All right, so each of you will have 5 minutes for an opening. Whatever you don't use for your opening is reserved for your closing. And then senators can ask you any question they like. They can repeat the questions that were asked of you in internal affairs, but that's how it will go. Your closing will come after the questions. And we'll start with Noel Dubois, then we'll go to Dalen Randolph. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
It's Dalen Randolph.
All right, awesome. Dalen Randolph, and then we'll go with Omar next. He'll be third, which I just lost him. Where'd he go? Oh, he might have disconnected. So if he gets back on, we'll deal with that. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Right. Okay, awesome.
I just wanted to make sure because yeah.
Okay, we'll start with Noel. Oh, Noel went. She's gone now. Oh,
hello, am I here?
There we go. All right, we'll start with Noel, then Dalen Randolph, and then we'll go with Omar. Please correct me if I pronounced your names incorrectly. All right, we'll start with Noel.
Hi guys, my name is Noel and I'm a senior at FSU. I study political science and economics.
I previously served at the Student Alumni Association as the Director of Communications, and now I hope to also be the Social Media Director at OGA. So through my Director of Communications experience, I have a lot of experience running social media for an organization at FSU. And this is just me combining my two interests of politics and government with social media and graphic design in general. And I feel like I can help the organization further their mission on campus. And I'll yield the rest of my time.
Candidate yields 4 minutes and 18 seconds to her closing. Next, we have Dalen. You'll be next.
Good evening, Senate. My name is Dalen Randolph. I'm here tonight as a candidate for the director of the Freshman Leadership Institute. I'm a first-year junior here at Florida State University, majoring in business finance with a minor in Spanish and political science. I'm gonna yield the rest of my time. However, I do feel really confident to answer all of your questions, and I'm just super excited to be here tonight. So please ask questions, get my brain thinking. I have great plans for FLI, and I'm here to share them tonight.
Thank you. Candidate yields 4 minutes and 31 seconds to his closing. Next, we have Omar. Please correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm mispronouncing that. You may begin. You have
All right. Oh, hello, everyone. My name is Omar Turkomer. I'm a Turkish American first-year sophomore here on campus. I'm majoring in political science and minoring in economics, and I'm here applying to be a PAC committee member. I can't wait for your questions, and I'm really excited, and I yield the rest of my time.
Candidate yields 4 minutes and 42 seconds to the remainder of his closing. Are there any questions for the candidate's point? Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, point of information. Is OGA social media director a statutory position?
Senator England.
No, to the best of my knowledge, it is not.
Okay, follow-up point of information. Is the OGA director given the right to expand her board?
That one, I do not know the answer to that question. I would defer to someone who would know.
So point of order, I've looked. She is not given the right, so therefore, candidate Du Bois's nomination is illegal.
All right, give me a second. All right, I think we've figured it out. The director of OGA will be here in a second, but from what I have learned, this is still a board of director position. They will just be in charge of the social media as a board of director. So it is still a normal position on the OGA board of directors. Point, Senator Gonzalez.
Point of information, have we not already confirmed all 9 positions that the statute gives OGA?
I will wait for the director to get here to answer that question. I don't want to give you a wrong answer, but
I mean,
if
the
you don't-
answer is yes, but okay.
Sure, whatever. Senator Linsky.
That was my question as well, where the statute seems pretty clear that the director has the discretion to select 9 members at large to then be appointed by the student body president and then the student senate. If we're able to get confirmation that there's a seat available, I'm fine with treating this as an at-large position, but if Senator Gonzalez is correct and all 9 positions have been filled, there is no discretion to add this position.
All right, and to answer the questions, Director Rudd is here, and I will direct these points of information to Director Rudd. Director Rudd. If you're ready, whenever you're ready. There you go.
Hi, good evening, Senate. I hope all is well with you all. I wanted to come on and
Wait 1 second, Senator Director Rudd. We need a motion to let a non-senator speak. Senator Martin.
I motion for a non-senator to speak.
Is there a second? Senator Randall.
So seconded.
All right, are there any objections? Seeing none, Director Rudd, you may speak.
Good evening, Senate. I wanted to hop on to kind of make some clarifications on regarding Noel. So essentially, beginning I'm forgetting when we passed our first social media director, but unfortunately he had to step down due to some personal involvement and mental health restrictions. And so we are trying to fill this position as it has been an original position. I will direct you guys to the sga.fsu.edu/OGA leadership page, where we do have 2 vacant seats on there. So essentially this has always been a position that we've filled. So we are not looking to expand our board. This has always been a precedent on the board. But unfortunately, like, as you remember, we can look back in oversight meeting minutes and also the Senate meeting minutes. We did pass someone originally earlier on in this semester. This is not a new position. We currently have 11 people on our board, including myself, and typically we do have 12. So we are missing a position, and currently right now, we are all collectively having to work on social media instead of having one delegated person typically like any other year. So I hope that answers your questions. I will be here to answer anything else.
Thank you, Director Rudd. Point, Senator Linsky.
That's good news because looks like you have as many as 15 voting members should you want them. The 9 at-large members supplement the executive.
Wait, what is
board.
this a point of?
This is a point of information.
So you're asking a question?
No. I'm
Okay.
explaining that 12 is not the maximum they
clarifying.
can have.
Okay, all right, all right.
Clarifying.
Point
12
made.
is not the maximum they can have. 15 is the maximum they can have. If they have any availability, if they're 9 at-large members, social media director falls into that category, we can hear this nomination, we can proceed.
All right. Are there any questions for the candidates? Senator Darleek.
Do you hear me?
Yep.
I just wanted to ask each candidate, what experiences do you believe have helped shape you to be able to fill this position adequately and do a good job at it?
We'll start with Noel. I lost you for a second. There we go.
Okay. Hi. So as I previously mentioned, I served as the Director of Communication. So I have experience running and organizations at FSU's Instagram. But beyond that, I also had an internship at a think tank last summer, and I helped them revamp their social media as they were trying to market events that had turned over to Zoom because of the pandemic. So I've worked with my internship as well as an FSU organization on social media from Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. So I believe that I have the proper experience to do the same with OGA. Thank you.
Next, we have Dalen.
Yes, great answer. Great answer. I forgot who asked it. I think it was Ahmad. Great answer. Great question. So I wanted to give you an answer that was like, It was nice and good, but I'm just gonna give you the real answer. So I'm applying to be director of the Freshman Leadership Institute. If you're familiar with that, we have 4 major components. It's workshops, family groups, committee clusters, peer mentoring, and mission, right? So realistically, I've had no leadership positions here at Florida State University. However, in the past, I've been vice president of SGA in high school, but that's not really what I want to, shine the light on. I consider myself to be a great leader and one that can mentor because of I escape my situations. I never expect, I'll tell everybody this, I never expected to get to college. So I led myself here and I got other students to follow my lead. I spoke life into them. I spoke knowledge into them, right? And essentially, that's what FLI is. We're preparing students to be the next great leaders here at Florida State University. So if I didn't fully answer that question, just let me know.
And lastly, we have Omer. I lost you for a second, so there we go.
So to answer the question, during high school, I was fortunate enough to be a part of many clubs and organizations and have leadership positions in those clubs and organizations that extend themselves here on college. And many of those because I had leadership positions in those organizations, I'm very familiar with the expenses and the costs that go along with running current RSO organizations. I know I have looked into many of the organizations here on campus. I know sort of some of the organizations they're involved in. I'm familiar with the fees that they pay to go to certain events. I know sort of how much it costs to, try to make a club for shirts, because I have done that before. I have gone through multiple of those processes that sort of the PAC committee helps fund. And as such, I think I will sort of have valuable information when it comes to deciding sort of the validity of, purchase or cost needs. And thank you for the question.
Point, Senator Darlik.
Yeah, it's a point of personal privilege. May I ask a follow-up to Dalen as well as Omar?
Yep.
Thank you. So I'll ask both of you the questions. Each one's going to be, I guess, a little different, but just respond after I ask the question. So for Dalen, I was a part of FLI my freshman year. It was an awesome experience. And so my question to you is, as the director, what is your goal in regards to ensuring that, those people who are going to be below you, your assistant directors, when I was a part of the program, I know I had a bad experience where one of them kind of, made, I guess, comments that could have been perceived as disrespectful, but I was a freshman, I didn't know how to react to it. How do you intend to ensure that the people who are going to work with you are going to ensure to empower those students that are going to be a part of Freshman Leadership Institute? Because it is such a great program that allows freshmen to even get involved. It was one of the reasons that I was even motivated to become a senator and do any of the other leadership things that I've done. And then my question for Omar is going to be in regards to the PAC committee that you want to serve on. What is the part of the PAC committee that you find most exciting and interesting and causes you to want to serve the student body in this capacity?
We'll start with Dalen.
All right, that's also a great question. I too was a part of FLI, and what you just said, that's very important. So my goal for the e-board this year, so I have goals for the e-board, I have goals for myself, and I have goals for the students, right? So my goal for the e-board, it's simple and it's clear. One of them is be genuine. I believe if you're genuine, there's no disrespect entwined nowhere in there, And if you're genuine, then students are gonna, it's contagious, man. It's contagious. So that's my answer to you. Be genuine. If my e-board, if they can't be genuine, then we have more issues that we will have to, handle at a later time.
Next, we'll have Omar.
So to answer the question, I think it's not necessarily a part, but it's the general function of PAC itself. Because like I mentioned previously, I have been a part of many clubs and organizations. So I know how difficult it is to sort of look to get funding and sort of try to fund different things that I wanted to do. In high school, I had many ideas. I had many things that I wanted to do within the clubs and organizations I had leadership positions in, but obviously the most difficult part with all of this was getting funding. And I know how difficult it can be to ask the members of your organization for funding. And I know that everyone comes from different economic backgrounds and economic situations. And I know that for certain kinds of organizations that have certain purposes, that can be extremely difficult. You know, not every club, not every organization has the ability to just collect really high dues and just fund everything through that direction. So I think that's sort of my passion, is being able to help out these organizations so that, you know, if they need something, even if they might not have certain privileges that come with being an organization that caters to a certain community, or being an organization that like caters to a certain need, they will be able to have that need met. And that is sort of the reason why I'm passionate about joining the CAC committee. And again, thank you for the question.
Senator Soto.
First, may reserve a follow-up.
Yeah.
Okay, so this question, the first question is specifically for candidate Turco Mayor, and it is, are you financially certified?
So to answer the question, I have taken my financial certification exam, but I took it yesterday, and unfortunately it takes 1 to 2 business days to get a response. So I'm still waiting on that, but I will let whoever I need to know immediately after I get the results. But I'm currently, the results are pending, but I took it yesterday.
All right, awesome. And my second question is for all 3 candidates. And what is something that you want to accomplish if elected?
Start with Noel.
My main goal as social media director would to be increase engagement with FSU students, with OGA, and to make sure that they're seeing any potential events or any other potential information about government and any other bills that could impact FSU students, and make sure that everybody is aware and engaged with what's going on, maybe increase our follower count, get more likes on our Instagram posts, basic Instagram like ideas such as that.
Dalen.
So one of my goals, most important to me, is the participants. I know how important they are. And my major top goal for that, I want them, like, this is one of my things I want to accomplish. I want them to come in the program and leave, and I want them to know themselves better than they ever had before. I believe to be a leader, to be a good leader, to be a great leader, an efficient leader, you have to know yourself. So despite, getting into high positions, I'm not really worried about that for them. I just simply want them to know themselves, know themselves as a person, as a leader, their mental state. Those are things that's important to me. So I definitely want to accomplish that.
And Omer.
So to answer the question, I think with sort of the differing times that come with sort of the COVID-19 pandemic that we've experienced, I think sort of the needs and sort of the things that need to be fulfilled for certain RSOs on campus have been changing. Necessarily because we've been moving to a more online environment, certain needs are changing, and that requires sort of the funding to change. And I think that basically, as a member of the PAC committee, I would want to sort of be able to help clubs and organizations fulfill sort of those needs. And I know, like when people participate in these clubs, things like anything from like a small thing like a t-shirt to like a little pin can really help like brighten someone's day. Like I know, I think it goes for everybody here, but we all like to have that sort of t-shirt, that sort of pride that, comes with being a part of our organization. And I think if there's any way that I can help in funding things like that during, these difficult times that we find ourselves in, that might, make someone's life a little easier or cheer up some students, I think that's a worthy cause. And that's a goal that I have within my position in the PAC committee.
Thank you, Senator Darlik.
Yeah, I apologize for asking so many questions, but I like to get to know the candidates before I either vote against or in favor of them. And so I do have one question. It's specifically for you, Dalen. I was doing a little research about each of the candidates, and I saw that you wrote a book. And I'm just very curious about the book. It's titled, I believe it was titled, "I Learned From You." And in that book, how can you tell us a little bit about the process that it took you to write that book and how it kind of impacted your leadership style and how you kind of, view yourself being able to take on this position as the director of FLI and being able to shape and mold these freshmen into being great leaders such as yourself?
Okay, great question. So just a little history on my book. So I started a book back in, I think August of 2019, but that's not the book that I released. Skip. I lost my best friend tragically, and I didn't know how to I didn't know how to express those emotions. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have nobody. I just did not know what to do. So I just started writing. I started writing. How could I help someone that's in this situation that I'm in? And I just started writing. I wrote about my starting high school. I wrote about the Black Lives Matter movement. I wrote about, death, dealing with death and stuff like that. So I basically highlighted different perspectives in my book, right? Highlighted different perspectives. And me as an individual, I know having multiple perspectives on life is important. And I implemented that in my book. And me as a leader, I know that it's important that I have multiple perspectives. So if I'm answering your question correctly, disconnecting this to how this is gonna allow me to, be an effective director, teaching participants how to see life from multiple perspectives. It's not a one-way street. It won't be your way all the time. Sometimes you do have to, not sometimes, but all the time, you do have to compromise. You do have to think outside of the box. And that's really the big, main point of my book. Think outside of the box. Don't be so one way about things, and just, be yourself more than anything. So I hope I answered your question, and thank you for, doing research about me. If you have any questions, reach out.
Thank you, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon. So I'm trying to keep this equal. So Mrs. Candidate Dubois, can you talk about kind of what issues like speak to you the most and how your identities impact the way you view different issues?
Yeah, sure. So I'll first talk about, I'm really concerned specifically like policy-wise that I would want to dive into with OGA is I do a lot of research on banking and how to make things more financially accessible to people, and then especially students. And I feel like that's super important to our student body. Different things like COVID relief packages and other financial issues are coming out. And I feel like a lot of government documents in specific are worded in ways that aren't accessible. So I would like to be able to research things and take that into words where we can relay different financial opportunities to our student body. And then identity-wise, as a woman, of course, women issues are incredibly important to me. Things such as sexual assault awareness and victims advocates would be super important to me to make aware to the women students on campus. So.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes. So can you kind of talk about, obviously the legislative agenda has already been passed. So how do you plan on advocating for those issues post legislative agenda?
Yeah, so I don't have the legislative agenda in front of me right now, so I can't go by list, but I feel like I have the marketing and graphic design and just an understanding of policy and bills in general, where I could put together informative graphics and other communications campaigns where we could reach out to FSU students as well as to the state legislator as general, which we're luckily enough, close enough in Tallahassee, where we can communicate to our state, senators and House representatives.
All right. Are there any other questions for the candidates? Chair Randall?
Without any other questions, I move to for the candidates individually.
All right. Is there a second? Senator Marcus?
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, candidates, you have your closings. We'll start with Noel. You have 4 minutes and 18 seconds to your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Right. Thank you guys for having me tonight and all of your questions. I hope that you guys are comfortable in my capabilities of fulfilling my position at OGA. This is something that I care about. I love the government, I love politics and policy, and I just want to continue to be engaged with the FSU student body at my last semester at Florida State. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dubois. Next, we have Dalen with 4 minutes and 31 seconds to your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready. Oh, you're muted. Oops.
Once again, I am Dalen Randolph, the candidate for the director of the Freshman Leadership Institute. I just want to say again, when I applied to this position, I applied with a plan. I didn't apply for the title. I solely believe I can be a leader without a title. However, I've been in FLI. I've seen how great it is, and I know that I could, I have what it takes to take it to the next level. Like I said, I came in with a plan, and it doesn't stop here. If any senators, anybody has a question, you want to reach out to me before I reach out to you, because I plan on collaborating. Just feel free to reach out. I'm here to take it to the next level. I'm here to help freshman students. I'm here to just enhance the freshman experience. I really don't have much to say, but thank you so much. I was so grateful for all of the questions. Really enjoyed them. I want to leave my email, if that's okay, in the chat box. Feel free to reach out to me. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Omer. Omer, you have 4 minutes and 42 seconds to your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
All right. First of all, I want to thank everybody for giving me the chance to come here and speak. Then I also want to thank everybody who asked a question personally. I know how important it is, especially nowadays, to hold people accountable to the positions that they are being appointed to. So thank you for asking those questions. I hope I was able to convince everybody here that I'm qualified for the position I'm applying for, and I'm passionate to be a part of that position. And yeah, thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Candidate waives the remainder of his time. We will now go into voting. We'll start with Noel Dubois for OGA. It is a vacated office, so it will require a 2/3 vote of the Senate. Will the pro tempore please administer the vote?
Those wishing to vote yes on the candidate, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no on the candidate, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 38 yes, 0 no, 2 abstention. Candidate does pass.
Congratulations, Noel. You have been approved by the Senate, but just don't leave yet. You have to be sworn in. Next, we have Dalen Randolph for FLI Director. This only requires a majority vote.
All right, those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no on the candidate, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? Vote reads 38 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions. Candidate does pass.
All right, congratulations, Dalen. Just don't leave. We have to swear you in. And lastly, we have Omer for PAC.
Those wishing to vote yes on the candidate, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no on the candidate, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? Vote reads 38 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions. Candidate does pass.
Congratulations, Omer. Now we can do the oath. Will the pro tempore please administer the oath? But will the candidates please raise their hands first, like your virtual hands? There we go, so we can unmute you. All right, awesome. I'll unmute all of you. Pro tempore Wang.
Candidates for student body offices may choose to replace the words "so help me God" with "on pain of impeachment" when taking the oath of office. Do you guys understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Please raise your
Yes.
right hands. I state your name.
I, Dalen Randolph.
I, Noel Dubois,
I, Omer Turcomer,
Y'all can just say it at the same time. It'll make it a lot easier. Promise to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America,
promise to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America,
the state of Florida,
the state
the
of
state of Florida,
and the Florida State University student body.
and the Florida State
and the
University
Florida
student
State
body.
University
University
student body.
And I shall perform my duties to the best of my ability.
And I shall perform my
And I
duties
shall
to the
perform
best of
my
my
duties to the
ability.
best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
All right, congratulations. You all can leave the meeting if you'd like, but if you want to stay, you can stay and watch us do our business. Moving on to the consent calendar, we have consent resolution 9, sponsored by Senator Chair Randall. Let me open that really quickly. There we go. Consent resolution 9, sponsored by Senator Randall. Whereas the Resource for Travel Allocations Committee met on Monday, March 1st, 2021, and were petitioned by the undergraduate mock trial in which they were funded $500 in the category of registration fees for a total of $500, bringing the grand total of consent resolution 9 to $500. Is there a motion to approve consent resolution 9? Senator Soto.
I motion to approve consent resolution number 9.
Is there a second? Senator Boole.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, consent resolution 9 is approved. Congratulations to the sponsor. Bills on first reading. Bill 3, sponsored by Senator Villacorta, updating the list of major offices to preserve checks and balances and address conflicts of interest, referred to Judiciary, remains tabled in Judiciary. Bill 17, sponsored by Senator England and Nemeth, co-sponsored by Senator Martin and Jay Hitchcock, transferring $1,720 in Senate project funds to the Center for Leadership and Social Change to fund the purchasing of graduation stoles for the Veracity Cultural Graduation. That will go to SLAW, then Budget. Bill 18, sponsored by Senator Soto, co-sponsored by Senator Marcus, further promoting gender inclusivity in SGA by revising 712.1C to acknowledge a candidate's name as stated in their MyFSU account where preferred name may be listed. This will go to Judiciary. Bill 19, sponsored by Senator Stinson and Linsky. So this was a mix-up in the calendar. It was accidentally listed as Amendment 9 as constitutional amendments. It's actually Bill 19 on first reading, sponsored by Senator Stinson and Linsky, elucidating the legislative subpoena powers vested in the Senate by the student body constitution, subject to limited oversight by the University General Counsel. That will go to Judiciary. Senator Boole.
I'd like to motion to add Bill 20 to first reading.
All right, let me pull that up so I can confirm that it's the one that we're talking about. I think you sent 2, correct?
Yeah, Bill 20, and then I'd also, after that, I'd like to move to add Constitutional Amendment 10 to first reading.
All right, do you mind just waiting until Constitutional Amendments just to organize?
Oh, sure. Yeah, whatever
All
you
right,
see.
so we'll do the bill that you sent. All right. Let me share my screen. All right, this bill is sponsored by Senator Boole. Oh, sorry. And will be Bill 20. This is amending statute, so it will be going to judiciary as well. All right. Moving on in the calendar. Bills on second reading. Bill 2021, sponsored by Senator Stinson, co-sponsored by Senator Bateman, Destine, A. Gonzalez, R. Gonzalez, Millian, Molina, Rigadell, Rossi, Tackett, and Thorpe, allocating $13.79 million in A&S fees to SGA budgeted organizations for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. Please welcome the sponsor to the floor, Senator Stinson, and any other co-sponsors that are wishing to speak. You will have 5 minutes for your opening. You know the rest.
Good evening, Senate. Tonight, with my pleasure, we will be hearing the 2021-2022 budget. I first off just wanted to thank everyone in my committee. We took a long time looking at this, and I really want to appreciate all the time and effort that was put in by them. Also, special shout out to Senator Randall and Senator Soto. They were the only two senators to show up and hear anything. So I just wanted to preface this budget with just telling everybody that we did have a difficult time looking at this since there was an increase in OPS wages that had to be paid, and that was an increase of about $2. And there was an additional $250,000 increase in overhead. So that was $250,000 chunk right there taken away. So that was something difficult that we had to look at and take a lot of time. We deliberated for about 8 hours on Friday, and that's not even mentioning Monday through Thursday, listening to all the presentations. So just again, huge shout out to my committee. Like, we took a lot of time looking at this. We also had the executive branch look at it. They are very content with it. And then also we always had administrators on call. So if we had any like administrative questions, they were answered. So that's that. I think this bill is as fair as it possibly can get. We really try to help the agencies, since that was going to be something that students are going to be most attached to on campus. We really just, like, this was something tough. It was difficult. This OPS wage increase was not an easy task, and this $250,000 just completely stripped of some of money that we can give to people was not easy. But all in all, I'm very proud of this bill. I'm really proud of my committee, and I hope that those same sentiments are shared with you guys tonight. Thank you. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Senator Stinson. You have 2 minutes and 54 seconds remaining in your closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor? Seeing none, we'll now move into the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? All right, seeing none, we'll move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? All right, seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Boole?
I move to call the question.
Is there a second? Senator England?
Seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, Senator Stinson, you have 2 minutes and 54 seconds left to your closing.
All right, well, that was pretty easy. Thank you guys so much. I really hope you guys look through it, because again, I'm very proud of all the work that we went through. And, you know, if you have any questions afterwards, feel free to ask, but I'm very proud of everything that my committee worked hard with. So for that, I thank you guys.
All right, Senator yields or waives the remainder of his time. We are now in line to vote on the budget bill. Will the pro tempore please administer the vote? Oh, and because it's the budget bill, we have to do a roll call vote.
Okay, wait, give me a second.
While we wait, the budget bill is required to have a roll call vote, and then it only requires a majority vote to pass.
All right, Senator Arrett.
Oh, and I'm going to allow everybody to unmute themselves so it's faster.
Yes. Senator Bateman.
Yay.
Senator Bergen. Senator Boole.
Yes.
Senator Kubas.
He's absent, I think. So.
Senator Darrell Deek. Senator Darrell Deek.
Oh, I can unmute myself. That's fine. Yeah. Sorry. I didn't. I was waiting to get unmuted, but I'll abstain.
Senator Destine. Senator Duperrier. Senator Duperrier. All right, Senator England.
Yay.
Senator Fineout.
Yay.
Senator Flashman.
Yes.
Senator Gabadage.
Yes.
Senator R. Gonzalez. He's not here. Senator A. Gonzalez. Senator A. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Senator Grace Reed. Senator Grace Reed.
Yes.
Senator Grunberger.
Yes. Yes.
Senator
Yes.
Hall. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Senator Hall. Senator Jay Hitchcock. You can unmute yourself.
Yes.
Senator Kay Hitchcock.
Yes.
Senator Hunter.
Yes.
Senator Kalink. Senator Lassard.
Yeah.
Senator Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Linsky.
Yes.
Senator Little.
Yes.
Senator Louise. Senator Marcus.
Yes.
Senator Martin.
Yes.
Senator Melian.
Yes.
Senator Molina. Senator Molina. Oh, I don't think he's on it. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Mouget.
Yes.
Senator Murcia.
Yes.
Senator Murray.
Yes.
Senator Nasworthy.
Yes.
Senator Nemeth.
Yes.
Senator Prescia.
Yes.
Senator Ramos.
Yes.
Senator Randall.
Yes.
Senator Rigadell.
Yes.
Senator Rivera. Senator Rodriguez.
Yes.
Senator Ross. Senator Rossi.
Yes.
Senator Roy.
Yes.
Senator Rudolph.
Yes.
Senator Russell. Senator Sam. Senator Shaler.
Yes.
Senator Shanahan. Senator Soto.
Yes.
Senator Simpson.
Yes.
Senator Stoltz.
Yes.
Senator Suarez. Senator Tackett,
Yes.
Senator Thorpe,
Yes.
Senator Tooks, Senator Villacorta,
Yes.
Senator Wang, I vote yes. Senator West, Senator West, are you here? No. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? Or is there anyone I missed? All right, give me like 2 seconds to count up everything, but hang on. Vote reads 43 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. Budget bill does pass.
Congratulations to the sponsors and the budget committee. Bill 2021 is passed. Let's hope it doesn't get vetoed this time. All right. We'll move on to Bill 10, sponsored by Senator Boole, implementing instant runoff voting procedures for elections to improve voter freedom and vote integrity. Senator Boole.
Thank you, President. After further review, I'm going to have to withdraw this, and it's been resubmitted as Bill 20 with several lengthening changes. So I move to withdraw.
All right, thank you. Bill 10 is withdrawn. Next on the calendar, we have Bill 11, sponsored by Senator Marcus, allocating $8,100 to fund the installation of changing tables in highly trafficked areas of campus to support students with young dependents. Referred to SLAW, then budget, passed in SLAW, passed in budget. Please welcome the sponsor to the floor, Senator Marcus. All right, you have 5 minutes to your opening. Whatever you don't use for your opening is reserved for your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. So this bill has been a long time coming. Before I was in my capacity as a senator, I have been in contact with two very impassioned activists on our campus, Emily Pacente and Hannah Yende. I've worked with them on this bill, and they approached me about it over the summer. And once I got into Senate, I decided to take it on. And they have been doing research with the university on where these bathrooms already exist, and they already exist in a few buildings as well as in the gender neutral bathrooms on campus. However, there are some major trafficked areas that do not have changing tables in their bathrooms, including the dining halls and HCB. And because so many students, not only students, but also faculty members, grad students, families who are visiting campus, these families are left without options if they have a young child in necessity of a changing table. And I think that I decided to do this in 2 batches. So there might be a second batch later. There's more on that in sweepings later. But I was not aware of how expensive changing tables were. They are quite expensive to install properly and safely. And so I want to make sure this is done the right way. So I decided to ask for Senate project funds to be able to put these changing tables in the bathrooms. And with that, I yield to my closing.
Sponsor yields 3 minutes and 26 seconds to his closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time? Senator Lassard.
Just for clarification, how many changing tables are we trying to get put into bathrooms?
Oh, sorry, I muted you by accident.
That's my bad. So this particular bill is going to put in 6, one in each men's room and 1 in each women's room. Although I'm looking at potentially doing 6 more in the future to bring it up to a dozen.
Are there any other technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor? Senator Bateman.
Yes. So I've been looking into this a little bit. The ArcSpec is the company that makes these tables, and they have their various brands. I wanted to know how is the account that the money's going to selected? How is this vendor selected?
So the account that it's going to is the chapter of Planned Parenthood Generation Action. It's going solely because the two individuals who approached me with working on this bill are members of that organization, and they are on the call if they want to explain more how that process will work. But we would, of course, have to motion for a non-senator to speak to be able to do that. But this money is being sent to that account, which will then pay for the contracting and pay for the labor and pay for those particular charges such that they can be installed properly. They will also be working with facilities, but we don't usually transfer money into facilities accounts. We transfer them into RSO accounts, and this was the RSO that it was under.
Point, Senator Lassard.
Going off of what Senator Marcus just said, I would like to move to let a non-senator speak so that the representatives of the RSO.
All right, let's just wait till pro-con. We're still in just technical non-debatable.
Okay.
Just wait until then and we'll get to it.
Not a problem.
All right. Senator Bull, you gotta, all right, never mind. Okay. Now we'll move into are there any other technical non-debatable questions? Senator England.
Yeah, just while it's on my mind. Senator Marcus, just to double check, facilities are on board with this, right? Like this has been run by facilities.
Yes, they have been in contact with multiple people at the university throughout this process, and they had to get in contact with facilities to figure out where this stuff already was. And they got a list, but they wanted to make sure that they were in some of the more highly trafficked buildings as well, and facilities will be consulted with throughout the rest of the process as well.
Thank you.
Senator Bull, technical non-debatable.
I'd actually like to make a motion to make a non-senator speak, just because that answer may yield to more technical non-debatable questions. So I don't think there's a reason to wait.
But I can only direct a point of information to the person. Like a question has to be asked.
A question was asked, was there not?
What question do we want them to answer that Marcus hasn't already?
Okay.
And we're still in technical non-debatable, so we can't recognize points in technical non-debatable.
It was a motion, it wasn't a point.
Oh,
so
okay. Well, okay. All right. Is there a second? Senator Flashman.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Seeing none. All right. Who is trying to speak? And what question was trying to be answered here? If you're here and if that was directed towards you, please raise your hand. Senator Marcus.
It was Emily Pacenti and Hannah Yende.
All right, there we go.
Hello. So basically, I'm the outreach coordinator for Generation Action. This was originally a project that me and Hannah Yende, who's the executive director of Pride, started independently. It was an initiative that we were just trying to get the word out around campus about, get student opinions on. We did some petition collecting, but we needed an organization behind us so that we could be better organized to make this plan a reality. And since we in the past presented at GBM for FSU Planned Parenthood Gen Action about our Changing Table initiative and about the need on campus, we already had very close ties with them in the project. I am also now their outreach coordinator. So essentially, I am not the president. The president is Alana Felton, and I've worked closely with her and also the North Florida field organizer for Planned Parenthood. Her name is Rosie Richardson, who has a lot of experience with this type of thing. And essentially, we are using the organization's existing infrastructure and resources so that we have a collective that is ready to take the money and make this a reality.
All right, are there any technical non-debatable questions? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of pro. You'll have 2 minutes in the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Senator Lassard.
Yeah, I know there's always this debate of, well, there are some on campus. And you know what? Yes, there are some, but there are not enough changing tables on campus. You know, you should be able to walk into HCB bathroom, one of the arguably one of the most used buildings on campus. I mean, I do stuff just in the courtyard area of HCB all the time, and be able to find a changing table. This is a matter of providing students with something that is necessary for them to be able to take care of their families. Cannot tell you how many times I see little kids walking around with their moms and dads just looking at campus, because I mean, we are a public campus. Anyone can come and walk around on our grounds. So this is, to me, this is a no-brainer. You know, people need changing tables. We have the means in which to give them said changing tables. We need to give them the changing tables. I yield the rest of Pro.
All right, Senator yields 1 minute and 10 seconds to the first round of Pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak? Senator Randall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is an excellent bill. What it does, y'all know I love to talk about our graduate student population and how this will affect them. Senator Marcus did an excellent job working with a bunch of campus partners and organizations involved to ensure that every single student at this school has the opportunity to be successful regardless of any dependents that they may have and any people they may need to take care of. I can't tell you how big of a deal childcare is for our graduate student population who often have families of their own. This is an excellent bill, and I think whatever means facilities said that they want to get this money is how we should proceed forward. And with that, I yield in full support.
Senator yields 20 seconds to the first round of Pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in the first round of Pro? All right, seeing none, we'll move into the first round of Con. Are there any senators wishing to speak? You have 2 minutes. Senator Bateman.
First off, I think this is a worthy endeavor. I think having more changing tables on campus is a worthy endeavor. I just have 2 issues with this bill, and I won't be voting against it. I'll be abstaining, just to make that clear. But first off, the vendor that we're listing is a political action fund. And what appears to be the installation fee seems very, very high to me. And I'm just, because those 2 things are linked, I'm somewhat concerned. So I'll be abstaining on this bill, and that's all I have to say. I yield.
Senator yields 1 minute and 31 seconds to the remainder of the Con. Are there any senators wishing to speak at this time in the first round of Con? All right, seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Darl-Deek.
I move to call the question.
Is there a second? Senator Rudolph.
So seconded.
Are there any, oh no, I just asked for a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, sponsor, you have 3 minutes and 26 seconds for your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready and when I unmute you.
Okay, so I sort of wanted to start my closing by giving an inspiration of what I had for this bill. In my meteorology classes, there are some people who are returning to college who are adult students, and these students face a struggle to balance between their home life if they have any children and their courses. And I feel like this is going to alleviate it, especially if they have to grab a quick meal on campus, or even if they can't find childcare because of the absurd cost of childcare in this country. If they have to bring their child to class, they could run to a bathroom in a highly populated classroom building. I also wanted to provide some clarification that in no means will this bill be used towards any controversial funding. It's being solely used for changing table installation. That was just the RSO that it was under. It's not just female students that are protected, but that particular organization does a lot of advocacy for families as well, especially in regards to family planning. So I really, I don't think there's any negatives to this bill at all, and I guarantee it will not be used for abortion. We are not trying to funnel money towards anything like that. So I feel like this is a very straightforward issue, and this is not only to support our undergraduate students, but also, as Senator Randall said, it's also Chair Randall, excuse me. It's also to support grad students, to support young faculty members, to support returning students, even to support visitors to our campus. So I think this is a rather straightforward bill, and I hope to see your support on it when we vote. I yield my time.
Sponsor waives the remainder of his time. We are now in line to vote. Yes means to pass it. No means to not pass it. Will the pro tempore please administer the vote?
Those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Senator Mouget, is your hand from voting yes, or did you forget to put it down?
Madison. Mouget. All right. I think she accidentally left it up. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Or not. Senator Mouget, I tried to put it down. Okay, I guess that's no.
I'm just going to ask again. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. All right. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 38 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. Bill 11 does pass.
Congratulations, Senator Marcus. Bill 11 has passed. Bill 12, sponsored by Senator Murcia and Senator Villacorta as primary sponsors, and Senator Gonzalez, Stoltz, Lassard, Prescia, Flashman, Nasworthy, and Darrell-Deek all as co-sponsors, transferring $1.5 million in A&S sweepings account to requesting organizations. Referred to sweepings, it was passed in sweepings. Please welcome the sponsors that will be speaking to the floor. All right. Is it just you, Senator Murcia, that will be presenting it?
Yeah, for now.
Okay.
Let me know when I can begin.
All right, you can begin now.
Hi, Senate. So first off, I want to say thank you to the Sweepings Committee. We had a fun week of listening to requests. I hope everyone got a chance to read over this. We were able to fully fund most of the requests and overfund some of them. The only one we did not fully fund was campus rec. Again, I really hope you guys looked at proviso language and through our minutes. It's a very straightforward bill. Just to clarify, this would be sweepings 2020. Sweepings 2021 should be happening in the fall, and I look forward to your questions.
Sponsor yields 4 minutes and 22 seconds to their closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of pro. You have 2 minutes in the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Senator Lassard.
Hi guys, so I actually served on the Sweepings Committee. There were actually very few of the meetings that I was able to not attend. And so I really feel like, I mean, yes, I'm obviously for it. I helped get the sweepings built where it is. Had a great time working with my fellow senators, having lively debate, getting campus funds where they needed, especially to organizations like CHA and the internship fund at the Career Center and into international programs. So I really hope you guys were able to look over this bill. We're getting a lot of money to students who need it, and I really hope you guys pass it on the floor tonight. Thanks.
Senator yields 1 minute and 17 seconds to the remainder of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Chair Randall.
Gosh, this is just another really unfortunate example of Senator Murcia, senators doing a great job in committee. This is just an excellent bill. Great expenses here for WVFS, long time coming. Some good stuff there for medical response unit, So great stuff about the World Affairs program. Internship fund is excellent. Lots of helpful things for COGS. I cannot commend enough the sponsors for just doing a great job on this and yield an absolute full support.
Senator Marcus.
Yeah, so I briefly mentioned this bill in my last presentation in pro of my previous bill, and I requested money for Senate projects so that I can do another half a dozen changing tables because it is quite expensive and I didn't want to spend it all at once. So I requested that Pro Temp Wang and President Harmon request that funding from Sweepings, and we were able to get it. So be on the lookout for a second round of that spending bill. And I yield.
Senator yields 26 seconds to the remainder of pro. Senator Villacorta, you're a primary sponsor. You can speak.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to kind of pre-clarify, I guess. If anyone had any questions on the proviso, please feel free to ask. The committee painstakingly went request by request, writing out proviso. So if you have any questions about why things are allocated a certain way, we can tell you. Just let us know.
All right, there's 26 seconds left in the remainder of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll now move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in this round? Oh, sorry about that. Seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Lassard.
I move to call the question.
There's a second, Senator Soto.
So seconded.
Any objections? Seeing none, sponsor, you have 4 minutes and 22 seconds to the remainder of your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Hi guys, thank you again for hearing us. Again, I really hope you guys read the bill because the Sweepings Committee put so much work into this. And again, I want to thank everyone who came out to support Sweepings. I want to thank the committee, and I want to thank President Hartman for the confusion in the beginning and helping me get through a lot of it. I just want to say thank you to all of Senate, and I hope that you guys vote yes, as this money is very important and needs to be spent soon. So it needs to be, distributed fast. Thank you.
Senator waives the remainder of her time. We are now in line to vote. Pro Tempore Wang, will you please call the vote?
Those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands.
Okay, actually, Sweepings needs to pass by a roll call vote, just like budget. So, all right, we'll just pretend like those hands didn't go up, and then we'll do it by roll call, and I'll make sure that y'all can unmute yourselves as well. Sorry about that, Pro Tempore Wang.
No, you're good. Hang on. All right, Senator Arrett.
Yes.
Sorry. Senator Bateman.
Yes.
Senator Bergen. Senator Boole.
Yes.
Senator Kubas. Senator Darrell Deek.
Yay.
Senator Destine. Senator Duperrier.
Yes.
Senator England.
Yay.
Senator Fineout.
Yes.
Senator Flashman.
Yes.
Senator Gabadage.
Yes.
Senator R. Gonzalez. Senator A. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Senator Grace Reed.
Yes.
Senator Grunberger.
Yes.
Senator Hall. Senator J. Hitchcock.
Yes.
Senator K. Hitchcock.
Yes.
Senator Hunter.
Yes.
Senator Kalink. Senator Lassard.
Yes.
Senator Lewis,
Yes.
Senator Linsky,
Yes.
Senator Little,
Yes.
Senator Louise, Senator Marcus,
Yes.
Senator Martin,
Yes.
Senator Milian,
Yes.
Senator Molina, Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Mouget, Senator Murcia,
Yes.
Senator Murray,
Yes.
Senator Nasworthy,
Yes.
Senator Nemeth,
Yes.
Senator Prescia,
Yes.
Senator Ramos,
Yes.
Senator Randall,
Yes.
Senator Rigadell,
Yep.
Senator Rivera, Senator Rodriguez,
Yes.
Senator Ross, Senator Rossi,
Yes.
Senator Roy,
Yes.
Senator Rudolph,
Yes.
Senator Russell, Senator Sam, Senator Shaler,
Yes.
Senator Shanahan, Senator Soto,
Yeah.
Senator Stinson,
Yes.
Senator Stoltz,
Yes.
Senator Suarez, Senator Tackett,
Yes.
Senator Thorpe,
Yes.
Senator Tooks, Senator Villacorta,
Yes.
Senator Wang, I vote yes. Senator West. All right, give me a second to tally these votes. All right, vote reads 44 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions. Sweepings bill does pass.
Congratulations, Senator Murcia and Villacorta and all the co-sponsors and the sweepings committee. Woo, good job. All right, Bill 13, sponsored by Senator Randall and Stinson as primary sponsors, and Senator Bergen, England, Flashman, Gabadage, Gertz, Grunberger, J. Hitchcock, K. Hitchcock, Lassard, Little, Marcus, Millian, Mouget, Nemeth, Ramos, Roy, and Soto, as well as Senator Martin. As co-sponsors, reinstating the Jewish Student Union as an agency within the Student Government Association. Referred to SLAW, then Budget, then Internal Affairs, then Judiciary. Amended and passed in SLAW, passed in Budget, passed in Internal Affairs, passed in Judiciary, and it is now on the floor. Please welcome the sponsors to the floor, Senator Randall and Senator Stinson. You have 5 minutes for your opening.
Give me 1 second. I'll make sure. Okay, and I'm starting. All right, so it's finally here. Bill 13, after 4 different committee stops. I did the math a few minutes ago, and I'm not good at math, but I think it's something like 13 people haven't seen this in terms of like they weren't a committee member in a committee this was sent to, and they're not a co-sponsor. Something crazy like that in Senate. This is the result of 8 months of at least 8 months of hard work by members of the Jewish community to make this happen, to reinstate the Jewish Student Union after 10 years of inactivity. When we first had this idea, it was just Jewish students voicing their concerns. And over the time, they've really brought a coalition together. Today, it's now a conversation they've had with people in the administration, with members of prominent Jewish student RSOs or allied RSOs. It's a conversation they had with members of the executive branch. It's a conversation they've had with members of different political parties and their executive slates prior to the election. It's a conversation that I think is long overdue. And I really appreciate y'all hearing it tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Chair Stenson?
Yeah, I just like to add on and say, like, this was a very methodical and thought out bill. We had a lot of help from a lot of different entities on campus. I can also tell you guys that Chair Randall poured his heart into this bill. He really did, and it was something awesome to see. We really did put hours and hours of work in this bill, and I truly believe this is long overdue. Jewish students deserve a home and representation on campus, and this bill is exactly what is exactly what that does. So I thank you, and I yield.
Sponsors yield 2 minutes and 58 seconds to their closing. Are there any technical, non-debatable questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Senator Darrell-Deek.
Yes, I wish to make an amendment, and I just sent the amended version out. I can make a quick statement in regards to the amended version. It has nothing to do.
And then we'll go into that in a second. So just take a moment. All right, let me make sure we have a copy of that. All right, I see it. I'll share the copy and then we'll ask for a second. Oh, I'm sharing the wrong screen. I actually got to share that. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right, is there a second to that amendment? Senator Rossi? So, all right, Senator Gonzalez?
So seconded.
All right, are there any objections? All right, Senator England?
Yeah, I object.
All right, so we'll now go into the amendment as is. The sponsor of the amendment will have 5 minutes for his opening to explain the amendment. You know the process. All right, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, senators. I would like to start off and say that I'm in full support of the reinstatement of the Jewish Student Union as an agency. My amendment does not affect in any way the duties and role of the Jewish Student Union. I was inspired by their agency bill that it caused me to want to ensure that our promise to the Jewish and Arab community was fulfilled. I apologize if I sound congested. I've just been sick for the past 2 weeks. In Resolution 59 of the 72nd Student Senate and in Resolution 8 of the 73rd Student Senate, we promised each community support in their pursuit of agency status. I am so honored to be able to make this amendment and ensure that our promise to both communities can be fulfilled by passing one bill that will reinstate the Jewish Student Union and establish for the first time in the history of our student government an agency for the Arab community on our campus. I hope that you all can see the good we can accomplish together by standing by our promise and supporting the creation of both agencies. I want to end by stating that I am humbled to be in this space with you all and the experience and knowledge I have gained serving our students alongside many here and many that are no longer in this body. So I thank you all for your time, and with that I yield.
All right, sponsor yields 3 minutes and 53 seconds to his closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions on the amendment? Senator Boole.
Thank you, President. I was curious if the sponsor could tell me if, since it's such a substantial amendment, if the sponsors of the original bill were contacted about this. Just curious. Sorry, I didn't hear it.
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right, are there any other technical non-debatable questions? Senator Linsky.
Does this have to be on the same bill, or could this be another bill that was submitted as well?
I just felt that if we were able to incorporate them together, that it would ensure that both communities receive the promise that this body gave to both communities, ensure it happens at the same time, rather than supporting one before another, just ensuring equality and support for both communities.
All right, Senator Lassard.
I'm not I'm going to ask it anyway, and you can tell me if it's not a technical non-debatable question. Is there a particular reason you won't just submit it as a separate bill? Yeah, that's why I was like, I figured I'd ask it. If you shot it down, you shot it down, but.
All right. So yeah, take your point. Senator Flashman.
Sorry, I just wanted to know if there's been conversations with the, I believe it's the Muslim Student Union or whatever. Sorry, I can't remember the name of the actual student union to be elevated to that point, to make sure that this is something that they want and that has been discussed with them too, because I don't know how recent this was made.
The Muslim Student Association is separate. So the Arab Student Union is an RSO on our campus. And when it comes to Muslim students and the Arab identity, they're not intertwined. You know, inflating the two can cause harm just because of the reality that Arabs are Muslim, Jewish, atheist, Christian. Our identity is not tied to our religion specifically.
Senator Bateman.
Yeah, so considering this went through 3 committees, is my understanding. Why is this amendment this went through 4 committees. Why is the amendment being proposed on the floor and not in a committee where they were individually scrutinized based off the committee's specifications?
Right, I can understand that. So my amendment itself it kind of mimics the written language that would be for the Jewish Student Union to ensure that there are no issues with the language, to ensure that they're both co-equal and ensure that they both, have the right standing when it comes to our student body statutes. And, beyond that, the reason I wasn't able to make this amendment, I had hoped to make it in judiciary, but I've been sick for the past 2 weeks and I didn't get an opportunity to actually be in committee this week or last week. And so this was really my final opportunity to really even get an opportunity to ensure that both are represented.
All right, Senator Flashman, technical non-debatable.
Sorry, it was the same question, but my question was kind of clarified but never answered. So with the conversation's been had with the Arab Student Union.
Yes.
To make sure this, okay, yeah, that was my question.
Yes. And just to elaborate slightly, the Arab Student Union has been an RSO since 2017, and we have been working hardly to gain the support that we can to even reach the level of agency status. Just because our community has never historically been represented by the Student Government Association, and so this would mean so much to our community. And I don't mean to take away in any shape, or way or form from the Jewish community. I wanted to just elevate both.
All right. So I have been made aware about a Robert's Rules of Order rule. An amendment must always be germane, that is closely related to or having bearing on the subject of the motion to be amended. This means that no new subject can be introduced under pretext of being an amendment. This was brought to me by our incoming parliamentarian, Jack Rowan. And after discussion, apparently this amendment is not germane as it does not deal with JSU. So this is not an allowed amendment according to Robert's Rules of Order. So we will, that amendment will be withdrawn and will be back on the original bill. Point, Senator Darldeek.
Yeah, can I submit the bill on the floor after we're done with this bill?
If you so choose, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other senators wishing to ask a technical non-debatable question? No, sorry. We were in first round of of the actual bill itself. We have 2 minutes. Senator England.
Yeah, I just want to say I want to commend all the sponsors and allies and everyone else who's been involved with this. This has been almost a year in the making, and it can only be a good thing to add agencies. This is a huge deal for many students on our campus. It will give them an official home and, a budgeted home as well, because agencies are budgeted. And I cannot wait to see all the great things that JSU is going to do in the forthcoming years. So, yeah, I proudly will be voting yes, and I yield.
Senator yields 1 minute and 30 seconds. Senator Rossi.
Yeah, I'd like to thank all the sponsors and the co-sponsors. This is a great bill. I know JSU as an RSO has been working hard and diligently to reach agency status since June of 2020. So that, they've been working with EXEC, with allies, with the community itself, and making sure that they have, sizable representation. They've proven so with their event during International Holocaust Remembrance Day. So I will be voting yes. I encourage all senators to vote yes as well, and I yield.
Senator yields 58 seconds in the first round of pro. Senator Hitchcock.
Yes, thank you. I am so incredibly excited to be voting yes on this bill tonight. It is a beautiful representation of students coming together from different communities, every community. And so I'm so excited to voice just that I'm gonna be voting yes on this bill. Thank you.
38 seconds, Senator Flashman.
I just wanted to say I am in full support of this bill. I'm the president of the Secular Student Alliance, and I take secular issues very seriously, considering that's something I do quite a bit. I know there was some initial concerns with it being a Jewish student union, but I just want to reiterate that Jewish religion and Jewish culture is very different. And I have full support after looking over this and talking with the people that originally sponsored this bill, that I'm in complete full support of this from a secular standpoint.
16 seconds left in the first round of pro. Senator Marcus. I thought I clicked it. Oops. Oh, okay. Never mind. All right, Senator Stinson.
I just have my hand up to be a sponsor. I just had that up.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Senator Lassard.
Yeah, as a Jewish student on campus, I am really excited to see the JSU reformed, re-established as an agency. Hillel and Chabad do great work. However, I don't practice religiously as much as other students, so it's nice to have a cultural center on campus as well. And I'm really excited to get involved with JSU even more than I am currently.
Fired in the first round of pro. We will now move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? We have a point, Senator Dalen.
Yeah, I was just curious if you could send us the text that you were referring to in regards to the Robert's Rules of Order, just to ensure that we are following procedures. Yeah.
Yep, I'll send it in a second. And I will get confirmation by Jack Rowan as to what section, what version of Robert's Rules of Order he has taken this from. So if you don't mind, that'll be answered in a second. Point, Senator Dalen.
Yeah, I'm just curious in regards to, how we're defining germane, because it does have to do with the bill, because it is another agency and the bill is about an agency. And so that's kind of my point of, just understanding information and I guess interpretation. I just want better clarification if possible.
So my interpretation is the bill is about creating an agency or creating JSU as an agency, and the I guess subject for me is the Jewish Student Union. That's up to my interpretation. I'm interpreting it that way. It is section 12 of the 11th edition for Robert's Rules of Order, but I've interpreted it as JSU being the original subject. Senator Gonzalez.
Yeah, I move to overrule the decision of the chair.
All right, is there a second? Senator Dalen.
Oh, I guess a second. Yeah, that's fine.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we'll go into a vote, actually.
I think it's debatable.
Oh, okay. All right. The sponsor of the motion will have 5 minutes for your opening. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, so basically I have read exactly what Rowan sent Mr. Harmon, and it says an amendment must always be germane, that is closely related to or having bearing on the subject of the motion to be amended. I believe subject is up to interpretation. He is not introducing a bureau, he is introducing an agency, and the words are literally almost exactly the same as the JSU agency proposal. So I personally believe that it is the same subject, it is the same agency, wording, verbiage, and I believe it's up to interpretation. So however you interpret subject of the motion to be amended is up to you, but the way I interpret it is that it's the same subject because we're still talking about agencies. And with that, I yield.
Ms. Gonzalez has 4 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor of the motion? Seeing none, we are now in the first round of pro on the motion. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Senator Darrell-Deeg.
Yeah, I just wanted to just reiterate the entire purpose of me introducing this amendment was to just ensure equal support for both identity groups that we vow to support. And I understand that some senators may disagree with, the route that I have taken, but at the end of the day, I just wanted to ensure that they're both supported at the same time, and that we are able to ensure that both identities feel heard and represented. One of the biggest reasons that I've heard from many other Arab students on campus as to why they're not coming to these Senate meetings is because they feel as if every time they come here, they're berated, they don't feel welcome, they feel as if SGA is a group that is not a safe space for them. And so I wanted to create this agency, and we've been working to create it since 2017. And I wanted to establish it for the first time in our student government's history because of that reason, because of the fact that I want to ensure that other Arab students on this campus have a safe place to be Arab and not feel afraid of their identity. And with that, I yield.
Senator yields 1 minute and 4 seconds. Senator Marcus.
I kind of just want to piggyback off of what Senator Darrell-Deeg just said, and he mentioned that Middle Eastern and Arabic students feel uncomfortable coming to the Senate floor, and I think that that is demonstrated when people who have been involved or even not involved in these issues have been attacked by right-wing nationalists on Twitter, being called un-American for even speaking about these issues, and nothing gets done about it, and those students are not supported. So I do think even if this is not the form, some action needs to be taken.
27 seconds left in the first round of pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak? All right, seeing none, we will now move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Senator Flashman.
I just wanted to say I do not support the idea of amending the current bill. However, I would be in full support of the idea of a Arab student agency. And I from my understanding, there's still a lot of support for that. I mean, I just don't think it should be part of the same bill, but I would completely support a separate bill with the same wording. So I think it's just the avenue that a lot of people have issue with, not the actual content.
1 minute and 33 seconds left in the first round of con. Senator England.
Yeah, thank you. I think it always sets a dangerous precedent when we move to overrule the decision of a chair. And I just think in this case, I completely agree with President Harmon's interpretation. The subject here is the Jewish Student Union. Be that as it may, that it is an agency. The subject is wholeheartedly the Jewish Student Union. That is what. That's why it got sent to full committees. That's all the bills talks about so far without the amendment. And so I do not think we should move to overturn the decision of the chair. I agree with the previous senator before me. I think it's a good idea, but it needs to go through the correct level of scrutiny, just as the JSU bill did. And I would like to see it submitted as its own piece of legislation. And therefore, I do not support overturning the decision of the chair. Thank you.
48 seconds in the first round of con. Point, Senator Darrell-Deeg.
Yeah, I just want to make a point of clarification and just state that, if you as a legislative body, if you all decide to not support the overruling of the decision of the chair and decide to not allow this amendment to be added to this bill, I would hope that, this agency would be able to be passed at the same time as the Jewish Student Union. I think if they're both passed on the same day and the same night, that it would show such a just such a sense of togetherness, at least for me, it would show such a sense of support for both communities and identities that it would be invaluable to our students to allow them to understand how we don't pick and choose who we want to support, and how we are more than willing to allow all students
Rounds of a clarification.
to be
Thank you.
represented.
Senator Lassard.
Hi. I will also agree with Senator England that overturning the ruling of a chair sets a dangerous precedent. I mean, when you look at the bill, it's JSU. It's not the agency, it's JSU. The subject is the Jewish Student Union. It's not the agency, it's not agencies, it's JSU. And so I cannot, in my own conscience, support overturning the decision of a chair when the bill is submitted for the Jewish Student Union, not agencies as a whole.
19 seconds left in the first round of con. Senator Linsky.
I'll make it quick and contained to the issue. We shouldn't overrule the chair. I think that his ruling was correct. If the amendment was to change it to the Jewish student / Arab student union or agency together, that's germane. That's affecting the actual subject of the bill. Adding an additional agency that is completely separate from the Jewish student union is not strictly relevant to the business of the bill, and therefore the chair is
Used up all the time in the first round of con. We are now in the first round of pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? All right, seeing none, or I'm sorry, I said first round of pro, I meant second round of pro. All right, moving on to the second round of con. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in the second round of con? Senator Lassard.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit. I kept it short last time because we were running out of time on con, but Senator Randall made a very good point that this amendment really redefines the bill, and going against the decision of a chair, we would be really heading into difficult territory to redefine an entire bill. And so the subject is the JSU. Adding anything else, not only is it not pertaining to the subject, but it does redefine the whole bill as a whole, and really does go against Robert's Rules of Order in this point. I do agree with what Senator Linsky said last time. If it was a slash or even an and, I would be having a different conversation here, but it's not. It's a whole separate piece of legislation at this point.
All right, there are 1 minute and 17 seconds left in the second round of con. Are there any other senators wishing to make a statement? Senator Rossi.
Yeah, as an RSO, the JSU, put a huge amount of work. Like I previously mentioned, they've been working since June of 2020 to really make this happen. They've been in close contact with the current executive administration. They're in close contact with the incoming executive administration to really, get things going. They have arranged everything from funding all the way up to events. They will have limited funding this upcoming semester, something that, I don't know if the sponsor of this amendment has taken into account when it comes to, funding for the Arab Student Union if this amendment were to pass. And I really don't find it appropriate to kind of throw something in without consulting the sponsors or co-sponsors of this bill. Prior to it went through 4 committees. It should have brought up then at one of them. So I encourage everyone to really vote no on this amendment, as will I, and I yield.
All right, 21 seconds left in the second round of con. Senator Linsky.
I want to reiterate that I support the creation for an Arab student union at some point in time, but not tonight and not on this amendment. I appreciate the symbolism of passing them together, but this bill has been in rotation for some weeks, plenty of opportunity to place a competing bill within the cycle to make that vision happen. And for those reasons, I will be voting no to the amendment.
All right, the second round of con has expired. We are now in the third round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the third round of pro? Senator Mouget? I'm assuming they were still up from.
I moved to call to question.
We're in the third round of pro. We gotta wait till con. All right, Senator Rossi, I'm sure your hand is just up because you just spoke in con. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in the third round of con or pro? Sorry. Senator Murcia.
I just wanted to say that I do fully support this amendment. I think it's important that we support our Arab students. I just want to say that it's clear that there's a lot of con, and I hope that the sponsor of this amendment, if this fails, tries to propose a bill to create an Arab student union. And I hope that everyone who is saying that they do support this votes to actually create it. Thank you.
1 minute and 33 seconds left in the third round of pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll move into the third round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the third round of con? Senator Mouget.
I move to call to question.
All right, is there a second?
So seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Ms. Gonzalez, you have 4 minutes and 5 seconds to your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So I think the issue right now is whether we want to take people for their word that are saying that they will vote for an ASU bill. Because honestly, if I'm going to be frank, what I've seen in the Senate is that some people are favored over others. Some identities are favored over others. When NOPAC comes through, they're funded. And then when SJP comes through, it's always a fight. So I think when we take things like that, I think the reason we wanted to put these together is so that we are assuring that both of them are passed and that people are taken for their word, that both of them pass or that both of them fail. And that's why I'm here today. At the end of the day, everything that was said at con is up to interpretation. I do not believe that the subject of this is the Jewish Student Union. I believe it's going under the chapter of agencies, and because it's going under the chapter of agencies, it is an agency subject. And because it is an agency subject, you can add agencies to it. But that is how it's under my interpretation. And I just think that the whole thing about how dangerous a precedent this sets of overruling the decision of the chair is quite rubbish, in my opinion, because when it was another person that was sitting as Senate president, y'all would make that motion all the time. But with that, I yield.
All right, sponsor waives the remainder of their time. We are now in line to vote. Yes is to overrule my decision. No is to not overrule it. And abstain is to abstain. This requires a simple majority vote. Pro Tempore Wang, will you please administer the vote?
Those wishing to vote yes on the motion, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain on the motion, please raise your hands. Vote reads 13 yes, 28 no's, 1 abstention. Motion does not pass.
All right, we are now back on the original bill. I believe we were in pro. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the... Oh, I'm sorry. No, we're in the first round of con. Yeah, that's where we were. All right, are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Senator Gonzalez.
I move to table Bill 13.
All right, is there a second? Senator Marcus.
I will second that.
Are there any objections? Senator England.
Yep.
All right, seeing as the motion is objected to, we will vote on the objection. Yes is to uphold the objection and not table it. No is to not object, or is not to sustain the objection and table it, and then abstain is to abstain. Pro Tempore Wang.
Those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands. Senator Gonzalez, your hand is up. Are you wishing to vote yes? Okay. Okay, guys, keep those hands up 1 second. Those wishing to vote no on the objection, please raise your hands. Senator Duperrier, you voted on both. I'm not sure what you meant to do there.
Hi, sorry, I meant to say no.
All right, those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 30 yes, 8 no, 1 abstention. Objection is sustained.
All right, we are now in the first round of con on Bill 13. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? There are 2 minutes remaining. Senator England?
Move to call question.
Is there a second? Senator Lassard?
I second, absolutely.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the sponsors have 3 minutes and 26 seconds to their closing. You may begin whenever you're ready. And when I unmute you, if you raise your hand. All right, there we go.
What was the time on that again, Mr. President? Was it
3 minutes and 26 seconds.
3 minutes and 26 seconds? Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. So I really appreciate y'all hearing this bill tonight. As I said before, this is the result of many, many, many months of work. It's also the result of, multiple conversations with administration, multiple conversations with exec branch, with incoming exec branch, with potential exec branch, and senators and candidates on all sides. That's the first part that I really appreciate that part of how much work has been put into this and the 4 committees that took time to look at this. That's the first part. The second part is, the impact this will have on Jewish culture. I think this means at least Jewish students. We're not even talking about Jewish allies. That's what, 10% of the population. So it's 4,000 students. This bill is going to have a big impact on Florida State's campus, and I really appreciate it. I just can't tell you how much it means to me as a Jewish student, let alone the allies that I've talked to do something like this. And with that, I yield to Chair Stinson.
All right.
To Chair Stinson.
Oh.
Yeah, I just want to say a lot of things Randall said. Like, there's been so much time and effort put into this, and it really means a lot for a lot of people on campus. And I cannot be more proud of this bill and the people that I worked alongside with working on this bill. And with that, I yield.
Sponsors waive the remainder of their time. We are now in line to vote on Bill 13. Will Pro Tempore Wang please call the vote?
Those wishing to vote yes on Bill 13, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no on Bill 13, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 38 yes, 0 no, 0 abstention. Bill 13 does pass.
Congratulations to the sponsors. Bill 13 does pass. Bill 14, sponsored by Senator Randall, revising Chapter 207 to fix formatting errors and adding professional development requirements for student senators, referred to Judiciary, then Rules and Calendar, amended and passed in Judiciary, passed in Rules and Calendar. Please welcome the sponsor, Senator Randall. All right, sponsor, you will have 5 minutes for your opening. Whatever you don't use for your opening is reserved for your closing.
All right. Do you have to recognize Senator Darrell-Deek first?
We're in the middle of doing a bill, so we'll do that right after the bill.
Okay. All right. And just to confirm, this is the professional development one, correct?
Yes.
Bill 14. Excellent. So Bill 14 does a few things. First of all, it takes a bunch of text that was in a lot of different places within this chapter, and it sort of condenses it into one place. All this stuff that was supposed to take place after new senator orientation is now properly categorized after things that happen after new senator orientation. That's one of the first big things I did. If you'll notice, any of the changes that I made and all the strike throughs is just because I moved things. Secondly, the other change that I made was 207.5, which is promoted here. What I'm asking for is for certain trainings, for just trainings sponsored by the university and SGA in general, to be encouraged for new senators to participate in. The way this is going to work, and the implementation, Judiciary came up with this actually, so it's not my wording on this one, is that the Senate Pro Temp will inform new senators. So that includes anybody who comes in by election or anybody that comes in by appointment within 1 month of their taking office, of the dates and times of upcoming training workshops that may fulfill this encouragement statute. And that's pretty much it. I think it's pretty cut and dry. It was pretty cut and dry in Judiciary and in Rules, I think it went to as well. And I look forward to taking any questions.
Sponsor leaves 3 minutes and 34 seconds, the remainder of his closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? All right, seeing none, is there a motion to call the question? Senator England.
I have no idea what was going on, but I would move to call the question.
You'll be seconding, right? Yeah.
I'll be seconding then.
Okay, there we go.
Whichever one.
All right, are there any objections? Seeing none. Sponsor, you have 3 minutes and 34 seconds to your closing.
All right, well, I appreciate that. We had some good conversations about this in Judiciary and Rules and as to how this would be implemented, and the word encourage versus required is still something we're working on, and that's why, if anybody's curious, we use the word encouraged instead of required. I think this is something I've been asking a bunch of candidates that come through here, and I think it's just good to put in the statutes. And with that, I yield.
I forgot to put on the timer. Oh, well, you had 3 minutes. It's fine. All right, we are now in line to vote. Yes is to pass the bill. No is to not, and abstain is to abstain.
All right, those wishing to vote yes on Bill 14, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no on Bill 14, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 36 yes, 1 no, 0 abstentions. Bill 14 does pass.
Congratulations, sponsor. All right, we'll move on to Senator Darrell Deek.
Hello. Nice to see all your beautiful faces again. I just sent an email out with the Arab Student Union bill. I added the co-sponsors that reached out to me. I know Senator Nasworthy wants to be added, so I'll hopefully be able to add that as an amendment. But I would like to move for the Arab Student Union bill to be added and heard on the floor tonight if possible.
I can't do that though.
Can I add it to the calendar?
Yeah. We can add it to the calendar, but I can't not send it to, like, I can only do that with resolutions, to clarify. Like, that's the only thing I can do. So it has to go to a committee. But yeah, all right, it'll be on first reading as Senate Bill 21, I believe. That's the next number. And it will go to all the same committees that the previous agency bill went to, which was, I believe it started with SLAW, then Budget, then Internal Affairs, then Judiciary. So those will be the 4 committees that it will go to. All right, now we are moving along in the calendar. We'll make sure to get that on the, oh, okay, it was actually Budget first, so to clarify, Budget will go first, SLAW, Internal Affairs, then Judiciary. All right, Senator Darrell Deek.
Is it being sent in a way that I'll be able to attend those committee meetings in order?
Yeah, I believe Budget is first in the week, and then it's Law. I did that because same way with JSU as well.
All right, I appreciate it.
All right, Bill 15, sponsored by Senator Randall, revising Chapter 203 to mandate a 2-minute minimum per student in public comment during official SGA meetings, referred to Judiciary, then Rules and Calendar, passed in Judiciary, passed in Rules and Calendar. Please welcome the sponsor once again to the floor for Bill 15. You have 5 minutes for your opening.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. So this is Bill 15. Bill 15 is really interesting because it takes an issue that we've been talking a lot about in Senate. It actually came up tonight when we were talking about, like, how much time should people get in public comment. And currently, I think the statute reads that it's a 5-minute aggregate, has to be reserved at the top of every single SGA meeting where official acts are being taken. And I just think that's not necessarily enough, and it doesn't think of it in the right way. I think at the very minimum, we have to think of it in a per person fashion, meaning, and this is important, that for the totality of the time of public comment, every single person who wants to speak in public comment will get this allotted amount of time. That doesn't mean that people can speak multiple times in excess of the per person limit. That means that the per person limit applies to the entire public comment time. This was something that we discussed in Judiciary. Additionally, as part of this, and I thought this was important because it hadn't been in there, which was surprising to me, in order to overrule this, in order to create a time limit period, you must motion to do that. That motion must be a 2/3 motion to do that. And this is again, any SGA meeting. And when you do that motion, your time limit cannot be any less than 2 minutes per person. Keeping in the same sort of sentiment as the statute change that I'm making for 203.5, just a plain paragraph. That's why I did that. So there was a lot of discussion about this and why it was done this way. I think it just makes it more fair for people that want to speak in public comment and gives them the time, while also allowing any body that wants to do their business the time to be able to do their business in a reasonable fashion. And I'm open to any questions or anything like that. With that, I yield.
Sponsor yields 2 minutes and 58 seconds to his closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll now move into the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Chair Little.
Yes, I'm very strongly support this legislation. I commend the sponsor for taking the time, doing the work. I was very impressed with this when it came through my committee. I think it addresses an important issue of the aggregate versus per person thing that we've been talking about, because as it stands right now, one person could take up that entire 5 minutes and then give the chair of the meeting the authority to shut down public comment for the rest of the meeting. So I think that this is great. It increases, the amount of visibility in student government. And I think particularly during the pandemic and everything, these meetings have become a lot more accessible to students than they were when we were in person. So I think this is a great rule great rule change to come about right now in the climate that we're living in. So I yield in full support.
All right, Senator yields 1 minute and 12 seconds to the first round of pro. Point, Senator Donald-Leak.
Yeah, I had a point for this sponsor, a point of information. So when this takes effect, because it's worded, it's 2 minute minimum. So does that mean that they can speak for longer than 2 minutes, or is it going to be that, at every meeting it's going to automatically be 2 minutes and then it'll only be extended if we request for it to be extended?
Great question. So the way public comment works now is there is no limit. There is no limit. There is no minimum. There is no nothing. So what this puts in is a minimum and not a maximum at all. It's not saying you have to only do 2 minutes. That would only be imposed if someone did I think it's 203.5A that I proposed, which is that motion to sort of limit the time.
Okay, so you would have to make the motion to limit it to the 2 minutes. It doesn't automatically occur. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Senator Flashman, point. I don't think we can hear you. Yep.
Testing.
Yep, you're good now.
Cool. So I just wanted to, it's a point of clarification. My question is currently to set a maximum time limit for public comment for individuals. Is it a majority or 2/3? I just want to know if this would be changing it to just keeping what it currently is, or if it's changing it.
So there is nothing right now. So it doesn't exist for this type of meeting. So it would be implementing a 2/3 vote to put any sort of time limit at any meeting of the Student Government Association where official acts are taking place.
Point, Senator Flashman.
Yeah, sorry. So for example, today we limited it to 2 minutes. I'm just wondering if someone objected to that, it would normally take a majority then to overturn the object. You know what I mean? Like it would, so basically it's a majority. That's kind of what I'm asking. If someone could kind of help me understand that.
What do you say that? Can you say that one more time a little bit slower? I'm a little dumb and hard of hearing.
Sorry. My question is basically like today we limited it to 2 minutes. I know that's normally done with a motion to limit it. And then if someone objects, to overturn that objection, normally to someone motioning for a two minute limit, is that normally a 2/3 majority or a majority?
So that's the same thing as any sort of objection. I just read Robert's rule sheet on the SJA website, and I think it's a 2/3, but that's a point of parliamentary inquiry I'd ask for the chair of this meeting. President Harmon.
I believe we have been following Robert's Rules of Order.
So President Harmon, what's the vote required for a objection? I believe it's 2/3, but what is it?
I will double check. It is 2/3. There we go. So point, Senator Bull.
Yeah, just further clarification. The motion normally wouldn't need any vote unless it was objected to. So the objection would just follow our normal objection rules. So normally we don't even have to vote. This would require us actually to vote in the first place.
Yep, that's why I asked President Harmon, because it's just a normal objection vote.
Yeah. All right. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in pro? 1 minute and 12 seconds. Senator Gonzalez.
Point of information for the sponsor. Would you find an amendment friendly for us to change the 2/3 threshold?
I'd like to hear some I'd like to hear some comments on that first. The reason I did it 2/3 is because I think any motion to restrict public comment should be taken at the utmost with the utmost seriousness, and that's why I thought 2/3. So, Senator Gonzalez, I would say yes, but I honestly would like to hear some debate on that first.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? See, Senator Gonzalez.
So I like this, but obviously the only issue I have is a 2/3 just because that doesn't exist right now. And I think honestly, when it comes to heated topics, it's going to be very rare for us to reach that 2/3. And I know, especially being here in the summer, and the summer senators know this, we were here for hours because we couldn't limit public comment. And it was draining. And it's not, we're not saying that we shouldn't listen to students, but to be here till 2, 3 in the morning is not cool for us either. So that's my justification for that, but I do understand, I do like this bill. With that, I yield.
Senator yields 55 seconds in the first round of pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Senator Bateman.
So I guess just to kind of piggyback on some of the sentiments that were just expressed, I've witnessed hours upon hours of public comments, which have kind of bogged down our ability to perform the actual duties of the Senate. I think it's important to hear public comments, and considering that all our emails are publicly listed, there's plenty of ways to access and have our constituents inform us. And then as far as addressing the Senate, I believe it is appropriate to have public comments. However, I don't think there's necessarily a need to ensure the right of the public comments. Based off what I've witnessed over the last year, students have always been given an ample amount of time to speak. And in my opinion, sometimes too much time to speak, especially when we've gone hours and hours and gone in past midnight to hear the business that public comments were almost just echoing one after another after another. So I don't really support this just because I think there should have been more structure and more limitations as far as public comments and allowing us to actually perform the duties of the Senate a little bit more freely. So I yield.
Senator yields 50 seconds to the first round of con. Senator Gonzalez, I understand you have a point, Senator Randall, but you are the sponsor.
It's a point of clarification.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll do that point first. All right.
Okay, just a point of clarification for Senator Bateman. I'm guessing it would be in the minutes of the Judiciary Committee meeting, but they did have that exact conversation in the Judiciary Committee meeting. So I'd refer you to anybody in Judiciary who had that conversation to talk about that further at length. But the reason they didn't want to put a max amount on like a max aggregate for all the speakers or anything like that, or a max time limit the public comment could be, is because if I remember correctly, they didn't want to restrict that. But I'd refer you to the Judiciary Committee's proceedings on that.
All right, Senator Bull, point.
Yeah, just point of clarification. I was the one that brought up that same argument because I was worried. Then Linsky a senator informed me of a devious plan of being able to very easily shut it down by coming in and having people speak for the aggregate amount of time, whether it be 10 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever. And then no one who actually wanted to voice their opinion could voice their opinion. So you could just have your cronies come in and shut that down. That was the argument that was presented. If you disagree with that, we can keep on talking about pro and con, whatever.
Senator Gonzalez.
Yeah, I would like to move to amend.
Is there a second to that amendment? Wait, what is your amendment before?
Okay, so I moved to strike in 203.5A. I move to strike where it says the body may vote. I move to strike vote and put motion. So it doesn't require a vote. And then I move to strike the last sentence of 203.5A. I can.
Do you mind dropping that in the chat?
Yeah.
I do technically need it in writing, so that'll work. All right.
Armin, do you have the doc version or do you need me to pull it up?
I'm looking for it, but if you find it faster, that works.
I have it on my computer.
All right, awesome. All right, so Pro Tempore Wang will share her screen. Here, Senator Gonzalez, I'm going to change it to everyone so you can just drop it in there because for some reason I can't copy paste it.
Or Senator Gonzalez. Oh, okay, got it. Never mind.
All right, so the First Amendment is in cases where the assembled body deems necessary, the body may striking out vote and replacing it with motion to place a time restriction of no less than 2 minutes on members of the public and all Student Government Association affiliates who wish to address those assembled, and then strike this motion shall require a 2/3 vote. All right, is there a second to that amendment, Senator England?
Seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Flashman? Oh, okay. Senator Linsky?
I do object.
All right, we will be hearing that amendment on this bill. All right, let me just write down 50 seconds was left in pro. All right. Ms. Gonzalez, you have 5 minutes for your opening on this amendment. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so it's pretty basic in terms of my reasoning. I know right now, like in the beginning of the Senate meeting, when we moved to place a time restriction, it's a second and then it passes unless someone objects, and then that's when we go to vote on the objection. So I would like to honestly keep it that way. I don't see, unless I have misunderstood and we did it wrong earlier in the Senate, then that's another question, that's another issue. But to my knowledge, that's how we've always done it since I've been here in the summer, last summer, a year ago. So yeah, that's my reasoning for this. With that, I yield.
Sponsor of the amendment yields 4 minutes and 17 seconds to their closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of pro on this amendment. Point, Senator Randall.
Yep, I know I'm a sponsor of the bill, so I won't really speak to any of that, but I do want to say, just a reminder for the entire Senate, this does not apply to student Senate meetings only. This applies to every SGA meeting where official acts are being taken. This can include, but is not limited to, things like town hall meetings of the executive branch. So for example, where we don't have rules of procedure like objections and things like that. Or an OGA public meeting where they are deciding the legislative agenda, just as a clarification.
All right, are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro on the amendment? Senator Boole.
I do like shifting the burden to an objection instead of shifting the burden to an original vote. just because that's productive for time. So if the committee already agrees, then they can just stop and then shift it. But I kind of thought of proposing this amendment in judiciary, making it a motion that then could be overruled by a 2/3 vote, just because I don't want a minority of the Senate to be able to keep the Senate or whatever body from speaking.
Senator yields 1 minute and 43 seconds to the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Senator England.
Yeah, I'll just keep it brief and say for me, it's the 2/3 here, really. I'm just of the opinion that something like this, in my opinion, doesn't need 2/3. That's why I'm in favor of the amendment. I think the bill is a great idea. And yeah, for me, it's just, I don't think it needs 2/3. So yeah, I yield.
Senator yields 1 minute and 27 seconds to the first round of pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Senator Linsky.
Thank you, Senate President. The sticking point for me is the 2/3 part. The stakes are very high here, and I hear other senators' concerns that meetings run long and students have a lot to say, and we need to ensure that we're doing our jobs as senator. Listening to those students is our job as a senator. That is a duty of being a senator. It is representing the will of the student body and making it easier to foreclose upon their ability to speak their minds, especially to polemic issues. That's a net detriment to our entire body. We can determine, even if we don't like what's being said, by the amount of student output on a given issue, whether it merits more attention, whether this is something that's irregular, whether it's something that needs to be addressed. And the response to that isn't to say, oh, well, it's getting late and we have stuff to do. Please be more concise. I think the response is to say, speak at your own peril. Because as we've seen, it's not always effective to go on and on and on. It turns a lot of people off. That's not enough reason to take away their right to do so by a majority vote. And a 2/3 vote, I think, is appropriate given the implications of silencing members of the student body on issues that they deem appropriate to take time out of their busy schedules to come to our meetings and to address us all as a collective.
Senator yields 33 seconds to the first round of con. Senator Lassard.
Yeah, I am definitely in agreement with Senator Linsky. I think that student comment is a big part of doing our job as a Senate body. And I don't think we would be doing the students justice to remove the 2/3 vote. I also think, though, that if we wanted to do the best by the student body, it would pass by a 2/3 vote. I can't, in my right mind, strike the 2/3 vote or require it to be a motion. We do have things that don't go specifically amend to Robert's Rules of Order. Not every not every governmental office uses motions.
All right, the first round of con has expired. We'll now move into the second round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Senator Boole. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Boole. Senator Darldeek has a point.
Yeah, it was a point of, I guess, information, or yeah, it would be a point of information to the sponsor. I'm curious that because this is a statute change, and then if we do accept this statute change, it's gonna be applicable and apply to all members of our student government as a whole, and not just to the student senate. And I don't think any of the other entities in student government have had the same issue that we had in regards to having so many people come and speak. So do you think that it would be more appropriate if you were to withdraw this bill and then make it a rules of procedure instead, or something along those lines? Or do you think that it is more appropriate as a statute change? I'm just curious to hear why you decided to go the statute route rather than rules of procedure, just because it feels as if this is something that's more pertinent to the student senate rather than the entire student government as a whole, in our internal processes.
Senator Randall.
Senator, I guess it would be a point of order. I'm not the sponsor of this amendment.
Oh, I thought he meant the sponsor of the bill.
I meant sponsor of the bill, correct.
Okay, yeah.
I was speaking to you, Randall.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that was unclear. Yep, the reason I did this is because I don't want this to happen at any meeting. I wanted it to be sure that that some of the issues we may have faced in Senate may occur in other meetings. I don't want anyone to have the same issues we're having, and so I want there to be. I really just wasn't okay with the 5-minute aggregate at any meeting, and when I saw that aggregate, it really upset me, to be perfectly honest, Senator Darrell Deacon, and I wasn't content with the way even with even just doing a rules change.
Can I have a follow-up point?
Yep.
Information. So can you just like walk me through kind of how this would impact the other bodies of student government as well? Just because
excellent question, Senator. Excellent question. Because here's one of the best places I see it applying. I know the executive branch sometimes is here or there on monthly town halls, but at those town halls per se, they wouldn't be able to say, "Hey, you've had enough time speaking." No. They get at the very least 2 minutes. And if you want to change that, you better get everybody in that meeting, at least not everybody in the meeting. You better get 2/3 of that meeting to say that that's what they want. So in essence, for that specific example, the students in that meeting better say that they don't want students to be speaking for more than 2 minutes. Do you understand that application?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I witnessed it in like a town hall before where there was an instance that there was 5 minutes and then the speakers spoke. I think it was 2 or 3 people spoke, and I think they wanted to speak more, but they were like, "Oh, we have to cut you off. We reached our 5-minute cap." So
I'm not okay. I'm not okay with stuff like that. I don't like the idea of cut you off without anything in place. Oops, sorry.
Yeah,
I was just trying to understand his.
Sorry.
All right, we're in the second round of pro. Senator Boole, on the amendment.
Thank you, President. I would just like to clarify that this amendment is not debating the bill. I am in full support of the bill. It is just a matter of maybe even just order that it is a motion, not a vote. We shouldn't make new types of like this is just like it doesn't change 2/3 majority. It will still be a 2/3 majority if it is objected. It would just be in line with Robert's rules more because it's a motion. It's not a new. You don't have to take a vote on it. It's just a motion, and then it can be objected in line with Robert rules. I think it makes sense that it's like this. Like it's not going to change whether it's 2/3 or not 2/3. It's going to be 2/3 either way. It'll just have to be objected to. Like this is like kind of like a. I hesitate to say OCD thing, but it's like a. It makes more clear sense like this.
Senator yields 1 minute and 10 seconds for a second round of pro. Senator Murcia.
Point of personal privilege. I would appreciate it if senators did not use mental illnesses to describe the way they feel about a legislation or how it's written. Thank you very much.
All right, there's 1 minute and 9 seconds in the second round of pro on the amendment. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll move into the second round of con on the amendment. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Senator Murcia.
I didn't put my hand down. That's totally my bad.
All right, no problem. Second round of con. Any senators wishing to speak? Seeing none, is there a motion? Is there a motion? Or is somebody wanting to speak in con? Senator England.
Move to call the question on the amendment.
Is there a second? Senator Little?
I second.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Sponsor, you have 4 minutes and 5 seconds to your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So like one of the senators said, this literally is in line with precedent that we've been doing since the summer. It takes it back to being a motion. It's just in line with Robert Rules of Order, and we are not trying to silence anyone at all. This is not what this is about. This is just making sure that we also are respected as human beings as well when it comes to the Senate, and our time is respected. We were here. I honestly don't think you guys understand how much the summer took a toll on a lot of us. And so we're just trying to make sure that senators are also respected as well. But this is just setting it in line with precedent with everything we've always been doing. And with that, I yield.
Sponsor waives the remainder of their time. We are now in line to vote on the amendment. Yes is to amend the bill. No is to not amend the bill, and abstain is, you all know that. Pro tempore Wang.
Those wishing to vote yes on the amendment, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no on the amendment, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 18 yes, 18 no, 1 abstention. We have a tie.
Wait, did you say a tie?
Yep.
Oh God. All right. I promised myself I would follow Speaker Denison's rule. If y'all don't know, it's a rule in the Parliament of UK where the Speaker would not create a majority where a majority is not present. So seeing as though there is no majority here, I will be voting no on this amendment because I don't believe I should make a majority where there is not one. So with that being said, the amendment does not pass. All right, we are back on the bill. 50 seconds in the first round of pro. Let me get to that first really quickly. All right, we are in the first round of pro, 50 seconds left. Senator Linsky, or I'm sorry, yeah, first round of pro. Yeah.
I want to give everybody some peace of mind about why it's okay that that amendment doesn't pass and what the effect is, and to give some detail about the devious plan that other senators were talking about. Let's say I were a clever man and I wanted to abuse this process, and I knew I had control. I had enough votes in 50 of the Senate to silence people, and I had an aggregate amount. I could flood the room with the voices that I wanted to hear. I could have them called on by the people I wanted them to call on. And if it ran over, I could then motion to shut down the proceedings, and all I need is 50% of the vote. This is, in a nutshell, why 2/3 is important. This is why it's good to have a more deliberative process. I know that it's a little more time consuming, but when it comes to silencing student voices who take the time to come to Senate to make their opinions known, so we know and act on them, we should give them all the due deliberation that we can.
All right, the first round of pro has expired. We are now in the first round of con on the bill. I believe it's bill 15. Yeah, I think so. All right, we have 2 minutes in the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Senator Bateman.
So what's so interesting about this exact issue is we don't have to speak in hypotheticals. So we just heard a hypothetical that's been 100% has happened. Over the summer, there was this individual who I presume was an ally of Jack Denton, who spoke upwards of 30 minutes to try to reach the 11 o'clock time for us to end our meeting. Now, think about that. That's public comments for over 3.5, that's over 4 hours of comments. We were pushing 4 hours of open comments. And at a certain point, we have to ask ourselves, we have the same issue during debate. We have people agreeing, disagreeing, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Sometimes we just need to call the question. Sometimes we need to move on to business. And although I understand the importance of this and the symbolism, and I think we should embolden our students to speak at these meetings. I just think during my experience during Senate, we have not had enough structure, and we've often had the business of the Senate bogged down by open comments. Now, and that's honestly, this bill doesn't really address my issues or any of my particular concerns. It's just something, one of my very deliberate issues I've had with my Senate tenure has been being bogged down with public comments. Even we've heard echo chambers, we've heard people going back and forth, I've seen it all. And I just wanted to express my frustration with the Senate. Many of you share my frustration. I'm going to be voting no on this bill, but that's just where I stand. So I'm going to yield.
Senator yields 28 seconds in the first round of con. Yeah, I got you, Bull. All right, 28 seconds left in the first round of con. Any other senators wishing to speak? Seeing none, is there a motion? Senator England?
Move to call a question.
Is there a second? Senator Linsky?
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now, sponsor, you have 2 minutes and 58 seconds for your closing. Just give me a second and you'll be able to begin in there. All right, you may begin.
I appreciate the spirited debate about this bill tonight. I think some good points were made on all sides. It just, when I think about the purpose of this bill as described in the purpose section of the legislation, it's mandate at least 2 minutes of time per student speaking and comment at all SGA meetings at which official acts are to be taken. That's the purpose of this. And I think every word that I wrote tries to go about that in the best way possible. I think it was interesting to talk about whether to require 2/3 or not. I thought that was an interesting point. I think doing some things that more resemble the Senate may hinder other bodies that don't understand Robert's Rules of Order, because I'm not sure every affiliated project, bureau, and agency understands Robert's Rules of Order. But I appreciate a lot of the comments tonight. And with that, I hope that you all vote yes on this bill. I think it does a lot to improve public comment process at FSU as a whole when it comes to SGA.
Sponsor waives the remainder of his time. We are now in line to vote. Yes is to pass the bill, no is to not. Abstain is abstain. Pro tempore Wang.
Those wishing to vote yes on Bill 15, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 29 yes, 5 no, 0 abstention. Bill 15 does pass.
Congratulations to the sponsor. Bill 15 is passed. Constitutional amendments. Amendment 7, sponsored by Senator Linsky, revising Article 4, Section 5, Clause A to provide procedural clarity for when the Chief Justice of the Student Supreme Court vacates office, expectedly or otherwise. That will be going to Judiciary. Amendment 8, which was actually mislabeled as an amendment, is actually a bill. That will be Bill 22 after the ASU agency bill. Let me write that down so we don't lose that. All right, Bill 22. That will go to Judiciary, then Finance. As Bill 22. All right. And then Constitutional Amendment 9 is not a constitutional amendment. It was labeled Bill 19, and I already sent it to Judiciary. So that will, Senator Boole.
And I'd like to move to add Constitutional Amendment 10. And also if I could do a point of personal privilege when that's.
Oh yeah, you can just move to add it on the floor.
Oh, just add it on the floor then.
Yeah, you're good. That will be actually Constitutional Amendment 8. So we'll fix this in the calendar. And that will also go to Judiciary.
And my point is just, I apologize if I offended anyone by using mental illness. I've had history in my family and friends, and that's the only reason I felt comfortable using that. So with that specific illness. So.
All right. Yeah, we'll get that fixed on the calendar. Amendment 8 is Senator Boole's amendment. Resolutions. Resolutions 4, sponsored by Senator Villacorta, amending Senate structure and composition about who should run the meeting during the transition of Senate and vacancies. Referred to rules and calendar, tabled in rules and calendar, and remains tabled awaiting a advisory opinion. I always forget the name of that. Resolution 9, sponsored by Senator Darrell Deek, to denounce the claim by the Burning Spear organization that they control the Student Government Association Student Senate. Referred to SLAW, then rules and calendar, tabled in SLAW, passed in SLAW, tabled in rules and calendar, passed in rules and calendar. Today, please welcome the sponsor to the floor, Senator Darrell Deek. You will have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes for your opening. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Senate. Again, I've been given the opportunity and privilege to speak in front of you multiple times tonight, and I'm honored to be here. First off, I want to start off by stating that, this resolution is something that I believe is long overdue. And it merely asks that, we state our independence and state our autonomy against the Burning Spear as an organization that extends beyond our campus. Burning Spear believes that they control student government and student life in a variety of ways, but this resolution is just the first step of dismantling this organization's grip on our student government, because our student government should be run by students, run by our students, the students who elected us, not by back rooms, back meeting rooms that believe groupthink is the most effective solution to every problem. And reports to a corporate board whose intentions and interests are of no concern to the Florida State University student body or student government association. When Burning Spear refers to itself as, quote, a mafia, there's clearly no opportunity where dissension and a true democracy could take place. Our student government is meant to be a place to have disputes and resolve them through conversation and legislation. But with Burning Spear, that's not something that is tolerated. I'm not going to sit here and call out all the members of this organization because personally, I could care less who they are. My only hope is that we as a student senate reclaim our branch of government, and that hopefully in turn that this sets an example to the executive branch, to the judicial branch, and to all entities and organizations on our campus that have been under the grip and control of this organization. Through the acknowledgement of Burning Spear by our legislative body, and through ensuring that we do not condone or support them, we will only be able to move forward as a body if we do that. As a body that's meant to serve students, meant to serve the student body of Florida State University, not meant to serve the student group of Burning Spear, not meant to serve the corporate board of Burning Spear. I only ask that you as a Senate take this issue seriously, you discuss it and debate it, and truly go into the nitty gritty of the situation, because this is something that has plagued our campus and our university and our student government since 1993, when it was first founded by the 3 student leaders that founded it, right? And so, for me, I really am only here to be a vehicle to allow other students to express how they feel about this issue, because so many of us have been negatively impacted. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time to my closing.
Sponsor yields 2 minutes and 19 seconds to his closing. Are there any technical, non-debatable questions at this time? Senator Bateman.
Yeah, what is Burning Spear? I've never heard of them.
Senator Darley. There we go.
Yeah, so Burning Spear is basically an organization that was founded in 1993, and they were founded for the purpose of getting Charlie Ward the Heisman Award. And basically that was their original purpose, and they've basically kind of evolved into what they currently are today, which is a group of, I believe, around 30 to 36 members during, any current time period, before they tap somebody or whatever it may be. But basically, it's an organization of student leaders that believe they control our student government. They believe they control the DSOs. They believe they control every aspect of student life, whether it be Greek life, whether it be, the Student Alumni Association, SSB, the Student Subliminal Boosters. And, for me, this resolution is really just to allow us as a legislative body to say that, hey, we're not under your control. We're a body that is elected by the people and meant to serve for the people, not here to serve for our own interests, for our own egos, and not here to serve this corporate board that has nothing to do with the Florida State University student body at this time.
Are there any other technical non-debatable questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll move into the, Senator Randall, is that a technical non-debatable?
Yeah, just a yes or no question real quick. Was the other house of this legislative branch contacted in regard to, okay, thank you.
All right, are there any other technical non-debatable questions? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of pro. Give me 1 second to write down the numbers. All right. We have 2 minutes in the first round of pro. Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, I move to amend where it says in the first be it resolved. I move to strike out denounce and put do not condone.
All right, 1 second.
I'll pull it up, Alex.
All right, is there a second to that amendment? Senator Marcus?
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Villacorta? Oh, no, all right. Seeing none, does the sponsor find it friendly?
Yes.
All right, the amendment is adopted without objection. And all right, we are now first round of pro, 2 minutes. Senator Villacorta.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it quick. So I had first proposed a very similar resolution in the 72nd Student Senate. Unfortunately, I've had to withdraw it on the floor after a friend told me that they were told that their leadership position in another organization would be in jeopardy if I kept it up. So of course, not wanting my friends to be affected by my legislation, I removed it that same night, and I've sent the screenshots of the messages to the pro tempore if the presiding officer will allow them to be presented. A senator who still sits in the Senate sent me text saying that anyone who supported that resolution be blackballed, that the Burning Spear organization and the Senate work together, explicitly saying work together, and also saying that I was a fool for proposing it in the first place. I think this is plenty to let the Senate know that there are members here who are at the very least comfortable working with anti-democratic organizations, and are willing to blackball other senators for not voting or acting in a certain way or daring to speak out. I think that's plenty for the Senate to understand the need for this resolution of not condoning this organization and their actions to go forward. I look forward to any questions anyone has about that. But more importantly, I think we need to set an example as being a democratic body, being the first to stand up against these claims that have gone on for far too long of certain organizations, particularly SJA, being controlled. Thank you.
All right, there are 19 seconds left in the first round of pro. All right, we'll move on to Senator Bull.
Thank you. I would just like to say and add, if any senator, if that information or that text is given, that should be a motion to censor. that type of language should not be used between senators. So I don't believe it yet, but if I were to see evidence of that, then I would make a motion to censure that senator.
All right, time of pro has expired. We're now going to go into the first round of con. Oh, let me set that up. All right, first round of con, Senator Villacorta. Sorry.
My bad, hand left up.
All right, Senator Bateman.
Good evening, Senate. Now, very few of you guys actually know me. None of you have actually, only a handful of you actually met me or talked to me or anything like that. Now, I've had many people, both members of this university, non-members of this university, people on the internet, members of the Senate, people that were not in Senate but now became senators. I've had plenty of those people drag my name through the mud. I've had plenty of those people try to pressure me to vote various ways. I've had plenty of people misquote me and do all sorts of things to my name. But never once have I ever heard of this organization until I read this resolution. Now, I heard that we should be censuring senators for saying certain things or whatever. That's fine. I got thick skin. But frankly, I've never heard of this organization. And I just haven't. So I can't really support condemning something that I don't know anything about, or if people have never affected me, or at least nothing I've seen evidence of affecting those around me or the Senate. So I'll be opposing this, and that'll be pretty much the end of my Senate career, is in the coming days and coming weeks. So I yield during my I yield.
Senator yields 45 seconds to his closing, or not to his closing, sorry, to the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Seeing none, is there a motion? I guess, at this point. Seeing no motion, Senator Randall?
I move to call the question.
Is there a second? Senator Martin? Oh, or Senator Roy? Oh, Senator Lassard. Well, okay, put your hands down if you're not gonna second.
I'll second.
All right, are there any objections? There we go, yes. Senator Roy.
I object.
All right, does the original, all right, Senator Randall.
I withdraw my motion.
All right.
Thank you.
45 seconds in the first round of con. Anybody wishing to speak in con, speak now or forever hold your peace until the next round. All right, seeing none, we'll move into the second round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the second round of pro? Senator Marcus.
Yeah, so I think this is asking for basic ethics and transparency. I rise in favor of this resolution as someone who has absolutely no intentions to go into Florida politics. I'm pretty set on a meteorology career path, but I find it odd that someone had never heard of this organization before, given that as an out-of-state student in 10th grade, I was actually assigned to write a paper on Burning Spear as a secret society in my 10th grade English class. That was just the one I was given. So I have done research on this even before I even considered attending FSU, and I didn't realize necessarily the depth of this organization until I started looking at trying to get involved in SGA this summer, which was a whole nother fiasco. But while in one of the investigative board hearings, there were multiple people that came forward about how this organization bullied them, almost borderline hazing, but I'm not going to put words in people's mouth, about their appearance and about how they were going to vote on issues. And I think it's extremely concerning that a group of alumni that includes a rather inflammatory congressman by the name of Matt Gaetz, I can pull up that paperwork if you want to see that. I think it's rather concerning that these powerful alumni are trying to influence our student government, and for the independence and sanctity of these chambers, I'm going to vote yes.
Senator yields 32 seconds to the second round of pro. Senator Flashman.
I just want to say, having gone through, a second, I didn't run again this spring, but I was very involved in campaigning and talking to students on campus. I know there was, when this went through SLAW, there was a lot of discussion on whether this is even like worth addressing because people don't believe it. And I mean, I literally got approached multiple times while campaigning on campus of people asking me as a random person wearing a political party gear, does Burning Spear actually control student government? So average students that know nothing about our student
All right,
government.
the time in pro has expired. We will now move into the second round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the second round of con? Senator Gonzalez. All right, seeing none. Senator Flashman, I'm sure you're just waiting for pro. All right. Any other con speakers? Senator Rigadell.
Yeah, I'd like just to support Senator Bingaman in saying that before coming to FSU, I've never heard about this. And it took some time of me being here to start hearing about this. And I just think the more we talk about it, the more it gives them credibility. I've never been contacted by anyone. I hope I never do get contacted by anyone. I think if you go through a fair election cycle, then like, I don't see, I just think this is giving them more credibility, and more people talking about this is just giving them more credibility. So yeah. And I've never heard about this before I came to FSU.
Senator yields 1 minute and 21 seconds to their closing. Senator Bateman.
I move to call the question.
I'm not gonna address that motion right now because I know there are other speakers wishing to speak in con as well as pro, and I can't ask for that motion until then. All right. All right, thank you. Senator Martin.
Hello, everybody. My camera's not on because it's been a long day. Anyways, I just think resolutions really don't do anything. I spoke with the sponsor during Rules and Calendar, and if they can't even get other people to try and denounce an organization, how is this going to do anything? I just really don't understand. I feel like it's just going to even create an even more polarizing Senate. I've already gotten my name dragged. Other people have gotten their name dragged for voting away and not like listening to their constituents. And I don't appreciate it at all to, have fake accounts saying all of these things because of what this resolution is. I just frankly think it's something that's not going to get anywhere. And why should we even pass it?
Senator yields 21 seconds to the second round of con. Are there any other senators wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll move into the third round of pro. You have 2 minutes. Senator Linsky.
All right. So I think there's good reason to know about what Burning Spear is because it's been a really long time since the mayor of Tallahassee hasn't been a member. Ironically, John Daly ran against Dustin Daniels. That's supposed to be forbidden, which is to say maybe it's not all cracked up. It's not cracked up to, or it's not what it's all cracked up to be here. Maybe in college, it gives you a path towards something better, but maybe once they're done with you, they chew you up and they spit you out, which is to say to people who are speaking in opposition where, I think that it's very bold of you to speak as you have, and I hope that certain people appreciate it. But really, is it worth it? Is it worth playing toy soldier with a bunch of students and student government? Is it worth it to get the donations at the end of the day? If this is about really creating support for the school, generational support, doesn't this strategy harm that goal instead of enhance it? Of course, that's the rub here. It's a secret society. We're not supposed to know who's a part of it. We're not supposed to know what they do. We're not supposed to know why. And rather than saying this gives it power, again, sunlight is the best disinfectant. You take it out of the shadows, you put it into the light, you look at it critically and ask yourselves, is it good? And here's the thing. I can't say whether Burning Spear is good or bad because I don't know who they are or what they do. I just know what I hear. But what they do is enough to get people elected in local and national politics. So I can see the draw of why people want to be a part of it. But, that's just me.
20 seconds left in the third round of pro. Senator Roy.
Thank you. I just want to address how, even for my first semester, I heard what Burning Spear was. Even from then, I've talked to people about it. It's something that you're told if you don't vote a certain way, you may be blackballed. If you go against this party or go against this thing, there's going to be severe opposition. Like, it is the boogeyman of SGA. Like, it very much is taboo. And I'm someone who, of course, I don't think this is going to end anything, but anything less than doing a resolution is doing nothing.
All right, we'll move into the third round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the third round of con? Oh, all right. Seeing none, I know there are plenty of pro speakers, so we'll move into a fourth round of pro unless somebody is making a motion. All right. Oh, Senator Bateman. I still have to ask for a motion if nobody speaks in con.
I move to call the question.
Is there a second? Senator Bull?
Seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, Senator Murcia. Okay, I'm losing names. Senator Murcia.
Yeah, I object just because there's a lot of people who still would like to speak in pro, and I think we should hear them out.
Senator Bateman, do you withdraw your motion? All right, we will vote on whether or not to sustain the objection, which will require a 2/3 vote, as we have learned. Pro Tempore Wang. And to clarify, yes is to sustain the objection and continue to pro, or to not call the question, and no is to sustain the, or not sustain. I'm confusing myself. Let me just write it down because I'm going to confuse you all. Yes is to sustain the objection, and yeah. And then no is to not sustain the objection. And yes would mean that we don't call the question. No means we will call the question. Pro Tempore Wayne.
Those wishing to vote yes on the objection, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no on the objection, please raise your hands.
Okay, wait, before you read that out, I totally miscommunicated with y'all. I'm so sorry. We'll just redo that. I messed that up. All right. Yes is to end debate and proceed to final roll call or final vote. And then no.
No.
Oh my God. Okay, then. Okay. Jake has just confused me now. Okay.
I know Jake texted me the same thing, but
Okay, then I was right. Okay, so let's start over then. All right. Sorry about that, y'all. You know, just
do you want to redo it or not?
yeah. Let's redo it just so that we have a full-on
All right.
assurance that we know what this is. Yes is to sustain the objection, to keep the objection, and continue to pro. No is to not sustain the objection and continue to a vote. And this requires a 2/3 vote.
All right, yeah. Those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands on the objection. Those wishing to vote no on the objection, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain on the objection, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? Vote reads 23 yes, 11 no, 1 abstention. Objection is sustained.
All right, so the motion to call the question is denied. So we will continue into the fourth round of pro. 2 minutes. All right, Senator Flashman.
Actually, no, I'm gonna hold off for now.
Also, just a clarification, you can only speak twice in rounds of debate. Yeah, so just if you've spoken before, just know that you only have one more time to speak. All right, Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, so I want to say two things. First off, I would encourage people to think about this as more of a value kind of morality question. Do you actually want to stand up for the student body? Do you actually want to do the job that the student body elected you to do? Or are you going to side with your SPEAR best friends and your SPEAR mentors? And I also do want to say that as someone that has been personally blacklisted by Burning Spear because I was subpoenaed, and I actually went to my subpoena and answered questions on Burning Spear and was then blacklisted because of it. I know personally how real this organization is. And unfortunately for them, I won my election, so I'm still here. Yeah, I yield.
Senator yields 1 minute and 6 seconds in the fourth round of pro. Senator Tackett.
Hey guys, so I'm gonna keep this kind of short and sweet. We are elected by our constituents. Our constituents know who Burning Spear is, and they do not condone Burning Spear. If anything, if you guys personally do not know Burning Spear, listen to your constituents and vote the way they want you to. Also, concerning resolutions, if resolutions do not do anything, at the bare minimum, they at least unify our voice as a student government into one voice for the student body, and we will let our constituents know that we support them by not condoning Burning Spear. I yield.
Senator yields 34 seconds. Senator Stoltz.
All right, y'all. So let me set the record straight. I'm tired of y'all dragging my good friend, Senator Bateman's name through the mud just because he didn't know what Burning Spear was. He's very busy, whether it be defending prison slave labor or the deportation of international students. Man's busy. Other than that, I think the argument
come on, let's not talk about that. Like, I get it. Y'all don't agree with how he votes, but don't bring it here. All right. So continue. You have 18 seconds.
Yeah, on the question that it would become more polarizing in the Senate, I think that's absurd. I mean, if it becomes more polarizing, so be it. But this is about holding people accountable. This is about morality. This is about defending the student body and not other corporate interests. With that, yield.
Senator, time has run out. All right. Fourth round of pro has run out. We're now in the fourth round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the fourth round of con? All right. Seeing none, we'll move into the fifth round of pro. Is there a point, Senator Bateman, before
we move on? Can we call the question? I mean, guys, have we come with any new information here? Can we call the question?
All right, is there a second to that? Senator, all right, Villacorta?
No, sorry about that. Hand's still up.
Just for a second on the motion. If you're not planning on seconding, please lower your hand. Senator Linsky.
I second the motion to call the question.
Is there an objection? Senator Bull.
I object.
All right, Senator Bateman.
I'll withdraw. Let's just
all right.
keep the echo chamber going.
All right, we'll move into the fifth round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the fifth round of pro? Senator Hunter.
Yeah, I, like Senator Tackett, just want to keep it short. First, I want to say it's very troubling that senators came to Senate today not knowing about a resolution that's on the table. Our job is to research and understand and know about all the information that's in resolutions that are coming to Senate. So for someone to sit and say that they don't know anything about burning spear, it's our job to know about it, especially to come to Senate today. Secondly, about constituents, my constituents know about this. They know about burning spear, just as Senator Tackett said, and they do not condone burning spear. 120 out of 150 of the questions in the exec debate were about burning spear. For us to pretend that the student body doesn't know about it is doing a disservice to all of our constituents. So I would just like to point out to senators, come to Senate prepared. If you don't know about burning spear, learn about it. That is our job. That's what we're here to do. And it's honestly so troubling to hear on this call for you to sit and talk about how you don't know about the content of a resolution that is on the table. That's all I have to say.
All right, in the 5th round of pro, there are 56 seconds. Senator Lassard.
You know, I also think it's important to remember the point Senator Tackett made as well, that this technically has no legally binding effect to the student body. It is just us coming together, unified as a voice, saying, hey, we do not condone this. We do not agree with that. And I think if we are going to debate about a secret society, why not? Why not pass this resolution and say this is not okay? What harm is it doing?
Senator yields 24 seconds to the remainder of the 5th round of pro. All right, all of you have gone before, so Senator Claflin.
I just wanted to say I do find it very interesting that a lot of the people saying they don't think we should be voting on this, or say they should be voting no on this, in their reasoning being that we wouldn't do this for any other thing and that we shouldn't give them the power to say so, are people that are very close to at least what I would believe are members of Burning Spear, or members themselves possibly. I think that's very interesting to note, and I just want to put that in there.
The 5th round of pro has expired. All right, we'll move on to the 5th round of con, which is 2 minutes. Are there any senators wishing to speak in con? I'm assuming Senator Stoltz. That's all right. Senator Bateman.
Well, I guess my comments earlier about me never calling for the censure of anybody, some took it more literally than others. I got thick skin, I can take it. But guys, we've been talking about this for how long now? Do we not all agree? Have we not all said our piece? The best way to express how we feel about this resolution is to vote on it. Is that not the point as us senators, the vote, to say what we agree and disagree with? We can keep debating this forever, but we could just vote and everyone could express how they feel about it. And when I said earlier, what is this resolution, or who is this organization? Yes, I read the resolutions, I review them, and I looked at it and I said to myself, I really had never heard about this organization until this resolution came on my radar. So everyone has their different experiences with their relationship with this organization. I spoke on mine. And once again, I would like to call the question.
All right, is there a second to that motion? Senator Marcus.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Villa, okay. Are there any objections? Seeing none. The sponsor has 2 minutes and 19 seconds to his closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I hope that everyone was able to take the sentiments that were, made by senators, whether it would be pro or con, were taken seriously. And you guys were able to understand the massive impact that this organization truly does have. Although, some people may not believe they exist, some people may not have heard of them. At the end of the day, they do exist. And it's a problem with our student government that they do exist and that they are able to be in such a way that if you do refer to them or if you talk about them, it is a taboo. If you address the situation, then you're now in trouble. I was somebody who was targeted by the organization from my sophomore year at Florida State University. Being the assistant director for Chief Princess and Parade, the student body president at the time disagreed with something that I had stated in my personal life, and chose to take it to an extent that was farther than I ever expected, saying that I was unprofessional and asking for funding for homecoming, right? So that's how severe this impact is. I was asking for accessibility funding, and that funding was denied by the executive branch just because of who I am and who is requesting that funding, and because of who I believe, because of what I believe, right? And so for me, it's just a step in the right direction to address this organization and to state that yes, they are real. Yes, they are a part of our student government, whether it's for better or worse. They've been a part of student government since 1993. And if we want to acknowledge our history and acknowledge the past so we can move towards a better future, then you need to do so. You need to vote yes or you need to vote no based off of how you morally and ethically lie on this issue. And so for me, if it were up to me, I would want this to pass by acclamation. But at the end of the day, I understand that some senators do have some issues voting in favor of it because of personal relationships. And that's something that does have to be taken into consideration. And so at the end of the day, I just want to leave you with the thought of, should our student government be run by back rooms and meetings that no one is allowed to attend? Or should it be run by student leaders who are elected by our students to actually represent our student body? And with that, I yield.
Time. All right, we are now in line to vote. Seeing as though the language has been changed to do not condone, it only requires a majority vote at this point. Yes is to pass the resolution, no is to not, and abstain is abstain. Pro tempore Wang.
Those wishing to vote yes on resolution 9, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no on resolution 9, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. All right, vote reads, actually, is there anyone wishing to change their vote? Yeah, Senator Pressure, I got you. Vote reads 25 yes, 14 no, 1 abstention. Resolution 9 does pass.
All right, congratulations to the sponsor. Resolution 17, moving on, Resolution 17, sponsored by Senator Darrell Deek. The 73rd Senate, imploring the 73rd Senate, or imploring the SGA, that's read weird. 73rd Senate to implore the SGA executive branch, FSU administration, and other FSU entities to rescind support of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and further support the Palestinian community and free speech, referred to SLAW, tabled in SLAW. Resolution 18, sponsored by Senator Darrell Deek, calling on the FSU administration and board of trustees to review and withdraw investments from corporations deemed unethical by the FSU student community. Resolution 20, sponsored, that's referred to SLAW, tabled in SLAW. Resolution 20, sponsored by Senator Wang, recognizing the significance of Lunar New Year, honoring the Asian American and Pacific Islander community, and declaring the 73rd Student Senate support during heightened discrimination, referred to SLAW, amended and passed by acclamation in SLAW. Please welcome Pro Tempore Wang to the floor. All right, Pro Tempore Wang, you will have 5 minutes for your opening, and you know the rest. All right, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, President Harmon. I appreciate you guys all for being here to hear this resolution tonight. As most of you know, Lunar New Year, also commonly known as Chinese New Year, began on February 12th this year, and it's a celebration that lasts about 15 days. This resolution recognizes the cultural and historic significance of Lunar New Year and gives background as to why New Year is celebrated on a different day and like what we do to celebrate. The calendar is based on the phases of the moon and is also tied to the Chinese zodiac of the 12 animals, and this year is the year of the ox. There are also traditions that we partake in, such as offering food and fake money to ancestors and the gods. I'm ethnically Taiwanese. My parents were born and raised in Taiwan. My parents were, and my dad actually attended FSU, which is why it's such a big part of why I'm here today. Lunar New Year is a really big tradition in our family, and my dad hosts the annual Lunar New Year celebration in Atlanta, Georgia every year. So currently FSU's Asian student population is around 2.5%, I believe, and about 0.1% Pacific Islander. So it's really hard to find a community to celebrate with during this time on campus. So this resolution also states our support for the Asian American Student Union and what they're doing to educate the student body on our history, culture, and struggles that we face as Asian Americans. They just recently put on a wonderful Lunar New Year banquet, which a lot of you attended, and this resolution also mentions the recent rise in attacks and violence on the AAPI community all over the country due to racist rhetoric spread as a result of the pandemic. I realize that I'm privileged as an Asian American woman and that I don't normally have to worry about violence on a daily basis because a lot of what I experience is in the form of microaggressions, and I know a lot of people in other communities and other oppressed, marginalized communities have to deal with violence on a daily basis. However, I've had a hard time embracing my culture and identity. As I went to a high school that was about 96.5% white. So I think it's really important to recognize that we're still actively being discriminated against and that yellow peril is still very, very real. In SLAW, I also added an amendment to encourage FSU to offer more courses to educate students on the diverse and distinct cultures of the continent of Asia and the experience of Asian Americans, because most people don't know the full history of Asian Americans and what we've had to endure in this country's history. And I really just think the Asian American community needs support more than ever. And with that, I yield.
Sponsor yields 2 minutes and 20 seconds to her closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Senator Marcus.
Yeah, as the ASU Senate liaison, this should be very, very, very straightforward and easy to pass. There really shouldn't be any debate at all on this resolution. The statistics are there to sadly prove that the parts about the attacks on Asians are necessary to be said, but also we want to celebrate this very important, and it's perfect timing because it is our own AASU's Heritage Month right now. So I rise in full support of this resolution.
1 minute and 33 seconds remaining in the first round of pro. Senator Darrell-Deek.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo those same sentiments by the senator prior to me. And I just wanted to commend the sponsor for drafting this resolution, because it's so important for each of us to be able to represent ourselves, represent our communities, and feel proud of it, right? And so for me, I'm just so proud that she was able to put this together and represent her community and just speak so proudly of it. Even though that there's so much hate, there's still love, and you were able to express that. And I loved reading your resolution. And I'm gonna move for it to be, passed by acclamation, hopefully when we get to that point. But, with that, I did want to say one more time, thank you so much, Senator Wang, Pro Temp Wang, actually, you deserve your credit where credit is due. So thank you so much. And with that, I yield.
Senator yields 51 seconds, the remainder of the first round of pro. Senator Martin.
Yeah, I just want to commend the sponsor as well. It passed in SLAW with flying colors, and I'm just really happy that you wrote this resolution and put your all in it. Your work definitely does not go unnoticed, and I'm so happy that there's somebody in the Senate who can really represent the Asian American student body. So thank you.
Senator yields 29 seconds to the remainder of the first round of pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak? Chair Roy.
Here, I'd like to echo the previous sentiments as well, as this is an amazing resolution. Hopefully it can continue to help us work with agencies like this, because it is extremely important that we do support any sort of identity groups like this, because not everyone is able to celebrate and not everyone is able to connect with communities. here at FSU without things like this. And it's just such a great opportunity to keep working with them.
All right, there are 5 seconds left in the remainder of the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to use that remaining 5 seconds? Senator Lassard.
I'll actually move to extinguish the remaining time in pro.
All right, awesome. Is there a, sorry, we'll now move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Senator Martin?
Oh no, I moved to pass by acclamation.
All right, if there's no one else wishing to speak in con, I'll ask for a second. Senator Marcus?
Gladly seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, resolution 20 does pass by acclamation. Congratulations, Pro Tempore Wang.
Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
All right, moving on, we have resolution 21, sponsored by Senator Randall, bringing clarity to the rules of procedure regarding the reintroduction of failed legislation. Referred to rules and calendar, amended and passed in rules and calendar. Please welcome the sponsor of resolution 21 to the floor. Chair Randall, you're up next. All right, there we go. You have 5 minutes for your opening.
Excellent. Sorry. Thank you so much. Hi, Senate. Hello again. I guess I'm just really popular tonight, and that's what's going on. Before you, I have Resolution 21, which changes the rules of procedure to add Rule 10.18. Essentially, what this does is this makes it so any legislation deemed overwhelmingly similar to another piece of legislation previously introduced, and this is important, in the same session, be left off the calendar at the discretion of the Senate President. And this also mandates that decision be in consultation with the Student Senate Advisor. Judiciary had a good point. Yeah, no, was it Judiciary? Yeah, I think it was Judiciary. It said Student Senate's President's decision must be announced at least 12 hours prior to the next Senate meeting. I wasn't smart enough to remember that we need to tell people about our decisions, but I appreciate their input on that one. And this obviously, as with any sort of major decision, you waive it by a 2/3 vote. That's just kind of how I operate. I think you guys kind of got that one. The reason why, and I know a lot of people are going to bring this up, overwhelmingly similar was done is because when I asked a bunch of other administrators and students, and senators and chairs, and even just members of the public what they thought of this, they couldn't come up at the time with any better language. We thought about identical, but identical means that if somebody added a comma or the word and, they could, that would not apply. It could be submitted. And overwhelmingly identical, the word identical means exactly the same. You can't change that. I had thought that one would be sneaky, but I couldn't do that. And then similar was way too vague. Overwhelmingly similar, in the same idea as like in some of the legal standards where there has to be like an abundance, like an overwhelming amount of evidence or things like that. That's kind of what I'm alluding to, but I don't know the law well enough to say that. I'd love to hear some debate on this. I think it's important and it needs to be enacted, and I'm open to any questions. With that, I yield. Sorry.
I'm sorry, if y'all hear music upstairs, sorry, that's just friendly neighbors, but you have 2 minutes and 34 seconds in the left for your closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time? Senator Darrell Deek.
Yeah, I have a quick, it's pretty yes or no. Was this piece of legislation drafted in direct response to me submitting similar legislation to the previous legislation I had submitted prior?
Nope, it was in response to legislation that was submitted in the 72nd Senate, actually.
And so could I have a follow-up technical non-debatable?
Yeah.
What legislation are you referring to?
The Land Acknowledgement Act. When it was vetoed by President, sorry, can I explain, President Harmon?
Yeah.
When it was vetoed by President Levin, and we tried to overrule that, and then it was vetoed again by Hecht, we could have, in theory, resubmitted the same thing and had the same process happen all over again. And so for that example, like I appreciated the amendments that were made to the Land Acknowledgement Act, and for that specific piece of legislation specifically, I mean, those are the types of questions that I'm thinking about when I wrote this legislation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor? Senator Gonzalez.
So just for clarification, and this might be debatable, Harmon, but if the land acknowledgement was resubmitted, you would have wanted to stop that.
Yes, yeah, I if it was resubmitted exactly as written and it was overwhelmingly similar, I would have wanted to stop that. Yes, and you may disagree with me on that, but that's my perception of that specific issue. If it was overwhelmingly similar and didn't have some of those substantive changes, and again, it was up to the student senate president's discretion. So who knows what the great leader that presided in those meetings would have thought.
All right, are there any other technical non-debatable questions? Senator Gonzalez. All right. Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? All right, seeing none, we'll move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Senator Darleek.
Yeah, for me, the only reason I really rise in con is because of that statement that was just made, that if the land acknowledgement were to be submitted a second time, that then it would become an issue of it being, not allowed to be heard, right? And so for me, something like that is so serious, and to me, something like the land acknowledgement is so important. I'm happy that the president and the pro tempore of this legislative body have constantly been able to say it at the beginning of meetings. I heard it today at the beginning of rules, and it makes me so happy and proud to see that tradition continue. But if something were vetoed and then we were to resubmit it because of the fact that we overturned that veto, I just don't agree with this method that it would restrict senators from the legislation that they're able to present and produce just because it was disagreed upon by an administrator or by the student body president.
All right, there is 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining. We have a point, Senator Randall.
Yeah, this is just a point of clarification. What I was talking about specifically was, when when the legislation had failed entirely and the Senate had said, we're not going to agree with Student Body President Levin's veto, as we should have. And he said, and Dr. Hex said, go back and rewrite it. The point was there that we could have resubmitted it exactly as is, and the whole process could have just happened again. And this is to prevent that sort of thing.
All right, Senator Bull.
Redundancy.
Thank you, President. All I'd like to say, I don't have any opinion on the specifics, but as a general situation, the session of a Senate is a year long, and the seats in the Senate change, and therefore the opinions in the Senate change. And so I would say maybe amend this to a month or 3 months. So you can't just brute force a legislation over and over and over again. But there are empty seats in the Senate now. There are the opinions change all the time, so you shouldn't just be able to be shut down because it's similar. Like similar ideas should be able to be brought up again within the same year. Like I could see this happening for a number of bills. Now yield.
Senator yields 26 seconds to the remainder of the first round of con. Senator Linsky.
Yeah, I share that concern. I think that there's good intention behind this resolution. I'll be voting no for the reason previously mentioned, which I didn't think of, but also overwhelmingly similar. It seems like it gives a lot of discretionary ability to the Senate president to decide what that is. And I'd prefer just to hear the same thing over again and reject it if we rejected it before, if it's the same thing.
Well, there was 1 second left in the round of con. I'm sure y'all are okay if we just move to the next round so y'all can speak. Second round of pro. Senator Randall, you have a point.
Yep, just a point of clarification for the Senate. If someone wants to amend it to change it instead of a session to 6 months, perfectly okay with that, and I'd find that friendly.
All right, 2 minutes in the first round of pro. Senator England.
Move to amend the bill as the sponsor just said.
All right, can you write that down in the chat for everybody to see? Specific amendment you're making. And then if there is a second to that amendment, is there a second? Senator Grunberger.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Boole.
Yeah, I object. I would much prefer 3 months.
All right, does the Senator England, do you withdraw your motion? I can't see you.
No.
All right, we will argue the amendment now. We are now on the amendment. Okay, all right. All right, we are now on the amendment. The sponsor of the amendment will have 5 minutes. Let me write down that we were in the second round of pro. All right, sponsor of the amendment, you have 5 minutes for your opening. You know the rest.
I have no personal bearing on this. I was entertaining the sponsor as I believe that this is a good piece of legislation, and I think that no matter what form it takes, I do think it is an important piece of legislation to pass. I have no personal bearing on whether or not this amendment should pass or not, and the reason I did not withdraw is because I'd like the Senate's opinion in the form of a vote, and so I look forward to any discussion on the amendment and ultimately a vote on whether or not to amend the legislation. But I will be voting yes on the bill either way. Thank you.
All right, sponsor yields 4 minutes and 25 seconds to his closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor of the amendment? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro on the amendment? Senator Lassard.
You know, I think Senator England's 6 months is a perfectly reasonable turnaround time. A semester is roughly 6 months if you don't include the fact that we technically don't meet as a Senate the last few weeks of December. I feel like that gives us each semester technically to get stuff to keep this going. I do think that, I mean, like, would 3 months be terrible? Either no, but I feel like 6 months is a great, it's a nice medium amount of time. It's approximately the length of a semester. It gets stuff in and out.
All right, there is 1 minute and 25 seconds left in the remainder of the first round of pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Senator Randall, are you speaking on the amendment, or was that just?
No, but now that you've got me, can I provide a point of clarification?
Point, all right.
So a point of clarification on why I recommended 6 months. 6 months was recommended in order to do the typical length of a term plus a few months in order to give the new senators time to acclimate to Senate before reintroducing a piece of legislation. Because I thought reintroducing a piece of legislation, big deal. That's why 6 months. Thank you.
All right, 1 minute and 25 seconds in the first round of pro on the amendment. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Senator Bull. Oh, all right. Are there? All right. Moving on to the first round of con. Oh God. All right. 2 minutes. 2 minutes in the first round of con. Senator Linsky.
All right. It seems to me that the primary purpose of this resolution is to avoid spamming legislation. And 6 months seems to really accomplish that goal and more. It seems to suppress the ability to submit related legislation based on the discretion of the student Senate president and the advisor. The 2/3 vote of Senate afterwards is an afterthought there, especially people are just sick of being spammed with it in the first place. I would really encourage to vote no on this and to do a smaller amount of time, but also encourage changing it to the 2/3 vote to a majority vote. But that's just me.
1 minute and 16 seconds remaining in the first round of con. Senator Bull.
Thank you, President. 6 months only allows the same senator to submit the same legislation twice, which I do not think is superfluous. Also, there are plenty of times where senators resign and those seats are filled, or seats are empty and then those seats are filled. So 6 months is completely arbitrary. And I think even 3 months, I think I was being far too extreme. There are oftentimes, as with my bill, I had to withdraw and resubmit my own bill. And it is remarkably similar because I made edits based off of advice. And I don't want this rule to be enacted on me because I made a mistake in a previous bill. I don't want this bill to be enacted on anyone. And so I would actually, not just vote against this amendment now, but I'm hesitant now to vote for the actual bill, and I yield.
Senator yields 49 seconds to the first round of con. Senator Darrell-Deek.
Yeah, I just wanted to state that, I understand that although the intentions of the sponsor may have been, in good faith, at the end of the day, what this resolution would do is suppress voices. It's going to stop senators from expressing how they believe they want to represent themselves and represent their constituents throughout their term as a senator. And all this does is restrict the authority that a senator is given as a senator. And we shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be restricting senators from being able to do their job and putting rules in place that are going to stop them from being as effective as they could possibly be. And with that, I yield.
Senator yields 18 seconds to the first round of con. Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, I'd just like to say that I am a bit confused because in Rules and Calendar, when this was presented, the sponsor was alluding to this being a direct response to Senator Darrell-Deek's legislation, and now he completely changed his stance on that. So I believe this is a retaliatory piece, and because of that, I will vote.
All right, the time has expired in the first round of con on the amendment. We will now move on to the first round of pro on the amendment, or second round of pro on the amendment. Point, Senator Randall.
Yep, just wanted to clarify what I had said. The reason I brought up some of the resolutions made during this session is because that reminded me, and that's why in Rules and Calendar I said that. But I was thinking of this before because
let's just
that's what I was thinking about. Just to clarify my own point of what I said.
All right. All right. We are on the amendment. Let's talk about the amendment. Pro or con of the amendment. Keep it within that bound, pretty much. 2 minutes in the second round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Senator Boole.
If no objections, I move to call the question.
We gotta wait until con.
So I move to expire the time in pro.
All right, pro. We are going to move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Senator Marcus.
Yeah, so I do not agree to the 6 months. I would agree to a shorter term, but this particular semester we are in school from January through mid-April, and I mean, I personally like summer senate's the thing, but seats change a lot in summer senate, so I personally do not agree with 6 months at all. Yeah.
Senator yields 1 minute and 36 seconds to the remainder of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Seeing none, I'll now ask for a motion. Senator Boole, if I'm guessing. All right, there we go. Senator, all right. Your names are going around. Senator Boole.
Sorry, I move to call the question.
Is there a second? Senator Marcus?
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, sponsor of the amendment, you have 4 minutes and 25 seconds to your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
I'll waive.
Sponsor waives. We are now in line to vote. Yes is to adopt the amendment. No is to not adopt the amendment. And abstain is abstain. Pro tempore way.
Those wishing to vote yes on the amendment, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no on the amendment, please raise your hands. Okay, hang on. Keep your hands up. Those wishing to abstain on the amendment, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 8 yes, 17 no, 3 abstentions. Amendment does not pass.
All right, the amendment is not adopted. We are now in the second round of pro, which has 2 remaining minutes for the bill that we are talking, or resolution that we're talking about, which is resolution 21. All right, you're the sponsor of the bill. Can I just wait till closing? All right, 2 minutes in pro. Any senators wishing to speak? Senator England.
Yeah, thank you. I alluded earlier that I would be supporting the bill either way. And for me, the reason I support this is simply because I think it leaves open, and I'm not considering any previous potential examples of this, whether it be the land acknowledgement or I know Senator Dahl-Deek's bills were mentioned. I'm not considering those. My problem with this is this potentially opens avenues to overturn and bypass not bypass the decision of a committee, but to sort of ignore the decision of a committee, if you will. Because, if we were to say have a bill which passes a committee and then, it then fails in committee, nothing stopping someone from resubmitting it again. And then I know that there are ways in the Senate rules that you can try and send it to different committees or add a committee or whatever. Anyway, the whole point is this for me, that is why I don't want, is why I want this to pass, because, I think that if similar legislation, if legislation is submitted and a decision has been made on the legislation, then that decision should stand. If it comes down to a veto, then in my opinion, instead of resubmitting that legislation, you should just vote to overturn the veto. That's why overturning the veto exists. And so I think that, submitting the same legislation after a decision's already been made on it could potentially be harmful, especially to the people who made the decision on it in the first place. I think that's just kind of disrespectful and rude towards them. So that's why I'm voting yes on this. Thank you.
Senator yields 29 seconds to the remainder of the first round of pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak? Senator Randall wanted to clarify one thing quickly.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. If anyone wants to move to amend it to 3 months, let's do that. I get you don't like 6 months. That's fine. That's all right. Let's do it. I don't want to put something up to a vote that you guys don't like. You know what I mean? So please go ahead and change it.
All right, we are in the first round of pro. Senator Lassard.
Can I move to make the amendment as described by the sponsor?
Yep, you can do whatever you'd like. Yep.
Okay, then I move to make the amendment as described by the sponsor.
All right, so it's basically the same amendment, just instead of saying 6 months, it's introduced within a 3-month period. All right, we are now on the amendment. Is there a second to the amendment? Senator England. Oh, oops, Senator England.
Yes, I wish to second that.
Are there any objections to the amendment? Senator Gonzalez.
My God.
I object.
All right, the sponsor of the amendment will have 5 minutes. Give me a second.
That means
We are literally going to go.
Or does the sponsor of the amendment want to withdraw or continue with the amendment?
I want to continue with it.
All right. You will have 5 minutes for your opening. You may begin whenever you're ready.
I definitely agree that we need to not resubmit legislation too quickly. I think 3 months is a good amount of time. It has been pointed out to me that technically a semester is more closer to 4 months. This gets a piece of legislation reintroduced within the same semester. That maybe it was like if something's introduced in August, it gets it reintroduced in November. I don't think 3 months is a really significant amount of time to ask people to leave legislation off the floor. It gives time for Senate turnover with the fall election. And I I am in full support of a 3-month turnaround.
Senator yields 4 minutes and 24 seconds to her closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor? Senator Linsky.
Under this rule, if this resolution was not passed tonight, could it be reintroduced next week with alterations?
I guess technically, under this rule, no. It would have to be reintroduced in 3 months.
All right. Are there any technical non-debatable questions on the amendment for the sponsor? Seeing none, we will now move into the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro of the amendment itself? Senator Linsky.
Despite concerns that I have about this being suppressive, this is acceptable to move forward. I don't believe that the Senate President would abuse discretion on this. I think it would be used in the best interest of the Senate. I see the value in having a more streamlined process, but I would like to ask that we all be wary about how we go about implementing and enforcing this rule in the future. In cases of mistake, where senators, like previous senator said, we try to write bills. They're not always perfect. If it doesn't pass and we know what we have to do to fix it, there should be an opportunity to bring that to bear pretty quickly, even if it didn't pass the week before. And with that in mind, I would just hope that the Senate President and the Senate Advisor would take that under advisement when determining whether legislation is overwhelmingly similar.
Senator yields 1 minute and 5 seconds to the remainder of the first round of pro on the amendment. Are there any other senators wishing to speak? Senator Randall? Oh, okay. All right. Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of con. Senator Darldeek.
I just can't in good faith support this resolution how it's written with the 3-month restriction, because again, it still feels like an unnecessary restriction on senatorial powers. Why are we going to tell senators what they can and cannot draft when their whole job as a senator is to write legislation? Like, to me, this really just feels so unnecessary and so restrictive for no reason. Like, I can understand the sentiments that, it could, the sentiments that were expressed earlier, I can understand them, right? But at the end of the day, I cannot and say yes to this resolution just because I know, one, it could impact me as an individual negatively. Although my term is almost done, right? It still could affect me, and it can affect any senator after me. And so I will be voting no on the amendment. I'll be voting no on the resolution as well. I yield.
Senator yields 1 minute and 9 seconds to the remainder of the first round of con. Senator Boole.
Thank you, President. This president is someone who I trust probably the most in Senate. And I would agree that this president would not abuse this power. However, this will not be the president forever. There are obviously cases where Senate presidents are not in the best moral standing. So I don't like this. I have changed my mind. I apologize for wasting the committee's time in putting forth this idea of amending it to a shorter period of time, because honestly, it doesn't make sense to have any restriction, because it doesn't take up committee's time an exorbitant amount to say no to a resolution. It takes up 10 minutes. If there's no debate, right? If it's not a controversial thing, that the speaker has 5 minutes to their opening and closing, or in some committees, 3 minutes to their opening and closing, and then it gets voted on in the committee. So it would be very quick to shut this resolution down over and over again, and or just whatever piece of legislation, right? And it could be abused a lot easier than it could be abused now. And this legislation brings up way more questions and way more problems than the current standings are.
All right, the time for the first round of con has expired. We're now going to move into the second round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in second round pro of the amendment? Seeing none, we'll move into the second round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the second round of con? Senator Gonzalez.
I move to call a question.
Is there a second? Senator England.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, sponsor of the amendment, you have 4 minutes and 24 seconds to your closing. Actually 25. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I understand the sentiment behind some people thinking 3 months is still too long. I do think it's important to note, however, at the end that it does say this rule can be waived by a 2/3 Senate majority vote. Meaning if you're so unhappy with it, when it gets to this point, just vote to waive it. It's not like the ability to waive this rule is there, and it's there for a reason. I feel like 3 months is plenty of time. I feel like, we need to keep things going, keep the Senate moving. Hearing the same piece of legislation fail over and over again is wasting our time, and it's wasting students' time who come and they sit and they listen to us and they want us to do the best by them. Why are we listening to legislation that keeps failing? Why do we listen to things over and over again? If we know it's going to fail, then it should have to wait 3 months. Let's get other stuff done as a Senate while waiting to have legislation reintroduced. I waive the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Senator waives the remainder of their time. We are now in line to vote. Yes is to adopt the amendment, which reads changing it to a 3-month maximum, I think. Yeah, 3-month limitation rather than the 6-month introduced earlier. And then no is to not adopt the amendment. And then abstain is, that. Pro tempore Wayne.
Those wishing to vote yes on the amendment, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 13 yes, 18 no, 0 abstention. Amendment does not pass.
All right, we are now back on the main bill or resolution with 28 seconds in the remaining pro. Senator Bull.
I'd like to move to table.
Is there a second? Senator Marcus.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Gonzalez.
I object just because we spent so much time on this.
All right, Senator Bull, do you withdraw your motion?
No, we can spend more time if we table, and we can have more discussion, which is better.
All right, seeing as though there's an objection on the motion to table, we will now vote on whether or not to sustain the objection. So, if I'm trying to get this right before it's late. It's 12 a.m. Yes, we sustain the objection, and that means it isn't tabled. It is not tabled. Oh, sorry, I'm sending that to one person. All right. Yes is sustain. Objection, sorry. Sustain objection. Resolution is tabled. No, not tabled. Yeah, all right, I got that right. And then no, not sustain it. Resolution tabled. All right, everybody got that? Pro tempore Wayne.
All right, those wishing to vote yes on the objection, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 20 yes, 7 no, 1 abstention. Objection is sustained.
All right, so resolution 21 is not tabled. We continue in the round of pro for 28 seconds left. Any senators wishing to speak? All right. Moving on, we'll move on to the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Senator Boole.
I would have preferred for us not to be speaking at 12 a.m. and be able to talk about this when we're all fresh. However, I cannot support this legislation because it would go against how I've acted in Senate already. It would be able to give the ability to anyone who denies. Why should we listen to a senator who's proposing the same number or same legislation over and over again? Because that is that senator's right. That is that senator speaking for his constituents or her constituents. That is that senator expressing and moving. It is very possible that you have a senator pushing for legislation that is specifically for their constituents, and that is how they best voice their constituents' concerns. Why should we listen to the voices of public comment? Why should we listen to the voices of anyone? It is, people put their senators in power for a reason, and that is to advocate for legislation that they want to see. And it is my understanding that it will not be a burden to this body if the same legislation is submitted multiple times, because the very reason that it doesn't take that long to go through. If there was a legislation that could solve this problem of people spamming legislation better, then maybe. But this legislation does not do that. Banning it for the amount of time that it shows on the bill now, for an entire year, is just completely ridiculous. And so with that, I yield.
Senator yields 40 seconds and the remainder of pro. Senator Chair Roy.
I also wanted to echo some of the previous sentiments that there are maybe better ways to do this, but at this moment, it just creates a new restriction. It makes something to where, say you mess up on a bill, have to resubmit, then it could be denied by president just because they don't like how it was. Like, I think that there's so much like different discrepancies like that can happen that I wouldn't want to leave that to a president to decide. Not that I'm saying I don't trust our current Senate president, because I absolutely do, but you never know how things can turn out. And so I'd rather this not be the precedent we set tonight. And that's why I'd like to vote on it tonight, because I don't feel I'll change that.
The time in con has expired. We'll now move into the second round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the second round of pro? Seeing none, we'll move into the second round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak? Senator Marcus.
Yeah, so I just sort of want to present a hypothetical example that I think extenuates why this needs to be voted no upon. So last week and there have been other instances where Senate has struggled to meet quorum. And I think that in those instances where quorum is barely met, it's not representative, like votes may not be representative of what the entire Senate thinks. And if something barely fails, whereas as opposed to if more of the senators were there, it might not have failed. I think this bill would limit, this resolution would limit that from happening, and therefore I am against it. I yield.
All right, Senator yields 1 minute and 20 seconds, the remainder of the second round of con, I think. Yeah, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Are there any other senators? Senator Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick 2 points. First of all, this is a retaliatory piece. And second of all, in the 72nd Senate in the fall, I introduced a rules change to change the rules of procedure for the hearing of and nomination, and basically giving the committees the right to either kill candidates in their committee or just pass them to the floor with recommendations. That resolution failed the first time. It was reintroduced that same day and it passed unanimously the next week after I talked to the student body president. So that tells you enough about what this actually means. And with that, I do not support this at all.
Senator yields 34 seconds. Senator Bateman,
I move to call the question.
is there a second? Senator Lassard,
So seconded.
are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in, the sponsor has 2 minutes and 34 seconds remaining in his closing. Chair Randall, 2 minutes and 34 seconds remaining in your closing.
Yeah, sorry about that. I should have raised my hand. Okay. Yes, I think there was some good debate about this tonight. I hear what y'all are saying. Respectfully, I disagree. I think there is a point at which it is tiring to continually deny something, and that's what I was trying to get across with this legislation, and that's just my point of view. If you disagree with that, you're obviously welcome to vote no. But I think I think the intent behind this resolution is good, and I still stand behind it, even if the changes were not made as I recommended throughout the night. With that, I yield.
Sponsor yields. We are now in line to vote. Yes is to pass it. No is to not pass it. Pro tempore Wayne.
Those wishing to vote yes on resolution 21, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 9 yes, 20 no, 0 abstention. Resolution 21 does not pass.
All right, resolution 21 fails. The rule is not adopted. We'll move on to a point. Senator England.
Just a quick point of personal privilege. Given the time, I would like to, would Senators Marcus, Soto, and Nasworthy, I'd like to see if they'd like to continue or if they would like to table their legislation. I won't make that decision for them, but I'd like to ask them.
I believe they want to continue, so we'll move on with resolution 22, sponsored by Senator Marcus, waiving statute 803.6, limiting contractual service budget spending for ASU to bring Asian American speaker Len Chi to campus, referred to finance, amended and passed in finance. Please welcome the sponsor of resolution 22 to the floor, Senator Marcus. Wherever your hand is, there we go. All right. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so building off the momentum from Pro Tem Swang's last resolution that just passed, this is ASU Heritage Month, and they are bringing a speaker from within the Asian community to campus. And this resolution is only seeking the approval of a spending over a certain amount. It is not giving ASU any new money. They already have this money. It is just ensuring that they have the permission as required by statutes to spend that money. And with that, I yield to my closing.
Sponsor yields 4 minutes and 32 seconds to his closing. Closing. Excuse me. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time? All right. Seeing none, we will now move into the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Lassard, oh, well, I guess.
Actually, it was a motion anyway. I wanted to move to pass by unanimous consent.
All right, is there a second? Senator Gonzalez?
So seconded.
All right, are there any objections? Seeing none, resolution 22 does pass by acclamation. Congratulations to the sponsor. Oh, unanimous consent, is that what you said? Which one did you say? Unanimous consent? Yeah, okay, all right. Sorry about that. It's passed by unanimous consent, resolution 22. Resolution 23, sponsored by Senator Soto and Nasworthy as primary sponsors, Senator Martin, Murcia, Lewis, Lassard, Marcus, Boole, Suarez, Nemeth, and Gabadaj, all as co-sponsors. Addressing student public transportation options on matters of efficiency and student friendliness regarding hours of operation, capacity, and communication alerts. Referred to SLAW, then Rules and Calendar, amended and passed in SLAW, passed in Rules and Calendar. Please welcome the sponsors that are willing to speak today. Senator Soto and Nasworthy, and any other sponsors that are wishing to speak may raise their hand. You will have 5 minutes for your opening. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Senate. I know this has been a long night for all of us, so I'll try to keep it brief. This bill was basically, resolution was made to kind of put on notice the fact that sometimes our bus system isn't the most reliable, and several students really depend on this. As me speaking as a College of Engineering student senator, I used to depend on this to get to class, get to RSO organizations, get to even career fairs. So something like this, something as important as this bus system to a lot of students needs to be dependable. And overall, that's kind of the purpose of this bill, is just to make sure these are dependable, and also just to explain a couple of these, the reasonings behind the time changes. We want to move this earlier from 7 to 6:30 due to the fact that when it starts, that's when the buses roll out of their station, not when they get to their first stop. So we want to move that 30 minutes earlier, so the fact that students don't have to wait that extra 30 minutes if they have an 8 a.m. class they would get to, especially if it's miles away from where they're living or miles off campus, such as the College of Engineering.
Yeah, and I'll elaborate. So I've been up since 6:30 in the morning because I have to take the bus every Wednesday. I'm very tired, and there's some instances where the buses don't come. I've been in communication with at least 6 people about this. It's really annoying that students like myself have to deal with this every single day, to not have the transportation in order to get to school, which is very important. Teachers grade us based on attendance. This is ridiculous. And the fact that we have to even go out of our way and ask for rides to school, even though we should really be depending on the public transport system, which is not reliable, is really annoying. And I'm sorry I'm going off, but this is really annoying, and I'll just reserve for later.
Sponsor yields 2 minutes and 49 seconds, the remainder of their closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions for the sponsors of this resolution? Senator Gonzalez. All right, seeing none, we'll move into the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con on resolution 23? Senator Lassard.
Yeah, I just want to move to pass by unanimous consent.
Let's wait. I think we have someone speaking in cons. Oh, all right. All right. Seeing no, are there any other people wishing to speak in con before that goes through? All right. Seeing none. Is there a second? Senator Boole.
So seconded.
Are there any objections?
President Herman, I believe this resolution condemns.
Oh yeah. Okay. Then we can't do that. All right. I totally forgot. All right. Do you withdraw your motion, Senator Lassard?
Unfortunately, yes.
All right. Is there a motion, Senator Rigadell?
I move to call a question.
Is there a second?
So seconded.
All right, any objections? Sorry, y'all, it's late, so running a little slow today. All right, seeing none, sponsors, you have 2 minutes and 47 seconds left to your closing.
All I wanted to say is I appreciate the support. I know Ash does too. And again, this is just a first step in the process to hopefully improving the FSU bus system so that students can rely on it to get to class, which is such an important thing. And I'll leave the rest of my time to Ash.
Yep, that's me. Hello. So thank you for the swiftness for this one and compared to all the resolutions that we've heard today. Thank you for actually letting us do this. And I really hope y'all vote in full support of this resolution. So yeah, that's it.
Sponsors waive the remainder of their time. We are now in line to vote. Yes means to pass it, no means to not, and abstain is that. Pro Tempore Wing.
Those wishing to vote yes on this resolution, please raise your hands. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Those who wish to abstain, please raise your hands. Is there anyone wishing to change their vote? All right, vote reads 32 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions. Resolution 23 does pass.
Congratulations to the sponsors. Resolution 23 is passed. Moving on to Resolution 24, sponsored by Senator Stinson. As the primary sponsor, calling on the 73rd Senate to play an active role in honoring the life and legacy of Tom Idowu and further preventing cardiac arrest through the Tom Project initiatives. That will be going to SLAW. Resolution. Yeah. Yes, going to SLAW. All right. Resolution 25, sponsored by Senator Prescia and Hunter. As primary sponsors, Marcus, Soto, Nasworthy, Murcia, Stoltz, Arut, Ramos, and Tackett as co-sponsors, advocating for ensured access to telehealth mental health counseling to Florida State students living outside of the state. That will go to SLAW. Yeah, that one goes to SLAW. Resolution 26, sponsored by Senator England and Stinson as primary sponsors and Senator Mouget as co-sponsors, showing the 73rd Senate support of the proposed increase in the student local fees. That will go to SLAW, then Finance. Unfinished business, Bill 4, sponsored by Senator Villacorta, co-sponsored by Senator Marcus, amending the candidate screening process, referred to Judiciary, then Internal Affairs, passed in Judiciary, tabled in Internal Affairs, passed unanimously in Internal Affairs. And it's in unfinished business because last Wednesday we did not have, I was just reminded of a wonderful assignment that I have due tomorrow. Okay, anyways, sorry. We'll continue with this bill if the sponsors are willing to present it. We didn't get to finish it. I believe we were in the closing of the sponsors, and I think it was a remainder of, 2 minutes and 52 seconds is what I have here. So if the sponsor would like to give his closing to Bill 4. All right, the sponsor is asking that we table. Is there a motion to table Bill 4? Senator Marcus. Yeah.
So moved.
Is there a second? Senator Boole?
So seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Statements of dissent. Are there any statements of dissent? Are any senators wishing to lodge a statement of dissent at this time? Seeing none. All right, new business. We have Senator of the Month for February and the Spring Awards. For the sake of our sleep, we'll just push that to next week. Hopefully we'll have more time for it. So we'll just skip that for now. Closing announcements. Are there any senators wishing to make a closing announcement at this time? Senator Lassard. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Hey guys, I mentioned this in the chat earlier, but I just think it's really important to note that as of today, based on the executive order given Monday by Governor DeSantis, if you have any underlying health conditions, including things like diabetes, or I have asthma personally, you can get approval from your doctor to start getting the COVID vaccine. Want everyone to stay healthy, so I just thought I'd pass that information along. I was actually able to pick up my letter from my doctor today, and I am very fortunate to get my first dose on Friday. So definitely wanted people to be aware that with underlying health conditions, you can now get the COVID vaccine, because I'm sure people want to be healthy, and I want everyone else to stay healthy. You guys have a good night.
Thank you, Senator Lassard. Next, we have Senator Marcus.
Yeah, I'm going to be brief, but I first want to commend everyone for sticking it out through this rather long meeting. Our participants list has dwindled throughout the evening, but the second thing I want to say is that I want to encourage I had to go home last weekend to take a break. I blocked out everything SGA because, quite frankly, this semester has been quite rough on my mental health. And I want to strongly encourage everyone to do that. However, while I was at home and one of my roommates was home alone, my apartment got egged. So I just want to make sure that things that happen in this chamber stay in this chamber. I don't want people to take things as personally as things have been taken. Yeah, I do not think it was done by anyone in the chamber. I think it was a silly little prank done by someone else, but I really hope it wasn't anyone. But I just want to make sure that this is the second instance this semester where people have either had their belongings or their identity attacked by, as I've said earlier in this meeting, right-wing nationalists on Twitter. So I just want to make sure that everyone is protecting their mental health. And if you need to take a break, take that break.
Thank you, Senator Marcus. Senator Bull.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make this brief. I'd just like to say I think we were very productive tonight. I think I did not intend for personal attacks to come to anyone. I did not appreciate senators taking that path. I think that is against this body, and it made it look very unproductive. And yeah, that's all I really would have to say. I just had to say that because I would feel wrong if I didn't address that, since I did start saying that a censure should be said, and then that devolved into something that was very, very not okay. So with that, thank you everyone. Good night. I'll see you next week.
Thank you, Senator Bull. Senator Rigadell. Oh, there we go.
Hey y'all, so a few quick announcements. Well, first, after hearing just what Senator Marcus said, I think that that's not right what happened to him, and I hope there was no one in Senate. All right, then other announcement, congratulations to anyone who made the Torchbearer 100 today. I'm not sure if anyone in here did, but congrats to those students for their continued leadership on FSU's campus. And other announcements, the FSU Business Law Clinic is available for any student who needs help when it comes to transactional services. I'm sure Senator Linsky can talk more about that if he knows about that. And yeah, if you have any, we have our greenhouse incubator, which is available to any entrepreneurial student on campus. If you need help with your venture, reach out to me. And last announcement is French Club at 4 p.m. on Friday is having their meeting. We're having a virtual game day, so feel free to join us. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you for informing us on the French Club. All right, Senator Soto.
Y'all heard enough from me, so I'll keep this brief. So my first thing is, if you have any ideas as to where partially some funds of the RTAC committee, we're trying to move them to other projects. So if you have any ideas or whatnot, you can definitely talk to Senator Rudolph, Senator Randall, or even myself. And you're more than welcome to be a part of the process, whatever. The second thing is the bill that I submitted. It legally lets SGA dead name students because, for example, my ID card does not have the name that I go by. And I found that in statutes that I technically broke statutes when I first ran for my seat because I did not put what was on my ID card because I don't identify with that. So I would suggest that y'all come to judiciary so you can hear me explain why students do not deserve to be dead named on a stupid ballot. So yeah.
Thank you, Senator Soto. Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, just real quick, I want to take this time to thank all of our servicemen and women, veterans, and first responders. It's very important to recognize for the work they do day in and day out for us. With that, I yield.
Senator Bateman.
I just wanted to say farewell to the Senate. I think there's only a few weeks left, and I'll most likely be using those absences I have saved up. But I've had 3 pieces of legislation I've worked on in the Senate, all have passed unanimously. And I've always said I love hating Senate. It's the best way I describe it is I love hating it. And I'm just glad I got to have this experience over the last year. Some of it I've loved and hated more than others, but definitely be one of my most memorable moments at FSU is this Senate. So with that, I yield for the last time.
Senator Gonzalez. All right, are there any other closing announcements? This will be the last call for closing announcements. Chair Roy.
Hi. So just wanted to send in some updates about PAC. So we officially have 2 of our 3 members confirmed. We already have a 3rd application coming in for this week. I already got the email. So hopefully you'll be hearing them again on Senate next week. I wanted to thank you all for your time with Senate business tonight. I know it was long, but at least a lot was able to be accomplished. And congrats to the JSU. And hopefully we can see more legislation and perhaps even an Arab Student Union soon. So good luck to the sponsor on that. As well, I just wanted to say, if you have any organizations that are needing help, whether it's promoting themselves, whether it's getting materials, like whether it's banners, whether it's t-shirts, you can feel free to come to PAC because we really do want to make it as engaging as possible, our student experience here at FSU. And with our funds, we have that possibility right now. And as well, I've been sending out flyers that I created that are just short information packets about PAC. So hopefully those can bring some new organizations that haven't used us before into the fold. And feel free to recommend anyone directly to me or just to our PAC website. So thanks again, and I hope you all have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Roy. Are there any final closing announcements before we move on? All right, seeing none, our Press Secretary Mendez, if you're still here. I understand. Yep, he left. I understand it. He left. All right. Pro Tempore Wang.
Good meeting tonight, guys. We got a lot of stuff done. I think this is going to be the longest voting record I'll ever do. But yeah, I have no further announcements. I'm so tired.
Thank you, Pro Tempore Wang. Yeah, just to echo that, good job. We passed a lot of stuff, you know, and we did so without fighting too much, you know, like it didn't get too crazy. So it's all right. But we do need to remember that, you know, we are still students. We still do have to follow the student conduct code. We still are within the bounds of the university policies and procedures and whatnot. Just even if we're senators, it does not mean we're above any other student in regards to our conduct. So with that being said, please keep in mind what you say online. As you know, it stays there permanently. You never know who sees it. So please be careful with what you say and how you represent the Senate outside of the Senate. Also, please make sure to do your work in the committees. The point of the committees is so that they can take a closer look and it comes to Senate as well as it could be. And those amendments can be made beforehand. So we're not here until 12:35 a.m. So please, please, please do all the work in committees. Make sure it's perfect when it comes to the floor. And I get that some things are not entirely perfect when they come to the floor, but try to shoot for it. Other than that, good Senate meeting. And that's all for me. Have a great night. Eat, sleep, do whatever. I have an assignment with Jack Rowan to do. So wonderful. All right. Advisors. Advisor announcements. Do you have any announcements at this time?
Nothing from me. I'll defer to Dr. Williams.
All right, Dr. Williams.
I think you all pretty much covered it all. I just want to say you all did some great work tonight. Very productive meeting. Just remember to stay gracious to each other, and then also give yourselves grace, because I'm hearing, you know, the sentiments of Senator Marcus discussing mental health and things like that. And so just really, really be gracious to each other. And give yourselves grace. But good work. You're doing great work for the university.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Anna, do you have anything?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I love to hear the debate. Good job. That was great. I do want to remind everyone that, throughout all the comments made tonight, I do want to remind everybody that this is not the year to be particularly, it's never the year to be at each other's throats, but I do hope that we hear one another's, we hear stories about what happened to Senator Marcus and comments made online, or different actions that we hear about that I think that as a body we should not stand for. You guys are very much representatives of your own communities, and that is a beautiful, beautiful thing. But in this space, you are also unified. And I hope that extends beyond philosophically in this space as senators. You do support one another and would stand for one another outside of these chambers, while in these chambers as well. So with that said, we're still in this very odd Zoom world where human connection is off, different. And so I hope that we hear these things and we give ourselves grace, we give one another grace, and that, we remember to take care of ourselves, because that is crucially important. We are here for you, your advisors, if we can help you with anything at all, whatever it might be. So that's all. Good night. Sleep well.
All right, thank you, Anna. All right, final roll call. Adrian, is this a closing announcement, or were you trying to adjourn?
This is just adjourn.
Okay, we got to do final roll call and then we'll adjourn. So Pro Tempore Wang, will you please call the roll?
Senators Murcia, Flashman, and Tackett. Senators Roy, Villacorta, and Marcus. Senators Bateman, Hunter, and Little. Senators Bergen, Rudolph, and Destine. Senators Grunberger, Rossi, and Mouget. Senators Shaler, Prescia, and Randall. Senators Stoltz, Arrett, and England. Senators Nasworthy, Molina, and Hall. Senators Lassard, Duperrier, and Shanahan. Senators Rodriguez, Linsky, and Rigadel. Senators Finow, Soto, and Lewis. Senators Ramos, Sam, and A. Gonzalez. Senators Martin, Gabadage, and Reed. Senators Moore, Suarez, and Nemeth. Senators Russell, J. Hitchcock, and Millian. Senators Murray, West, and Rivera. Senators Thorpe, K. Hitchcock, and Kubas. Senators Darrell, Deek, Tooks, and Ross. Senators Bull, Kalink, and Louise. Senators Stinson and R. Gonzalez. All right.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn? Senator Rigadel.
Move to adjourn on this beautiful Thursday.
All right, we are adjourned at 12:41 p.m.